It's my house, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
Hello everybody, I'm Steve from House Soup Miniature Painting. How are you doing today? We're working in the airbrush booth today. It's part of today. We're working on a massive amount of armor. I have 2 big boxes of armor already all prepped and cleaned up, literally washed, dried, ready to prime, ready to paint. We also have some models that are ready for masking tape and a second color. We'll get to those a little bit later. We'll get back and forth between several of these projects today. Let's load up a couple more pieces. Box of these. Those are separated out. I separated all of the armor plates into the 2 houses that I'm doing right now. So one of these boxes is all going to be painted up yellow for House Hawk Shroud, and then get some white and black parts. Right now we're priming it gray. And then after we prime the gray, they're going to get a white primer. This one I don't like. Hold on. I see something I don't like. I want to fix it. Never too late to fix something you know you're going to regret later. I want to blow on it, but I have the mask on, so instead I'll blow on it with the airbrush. Which just about as well. Probably generates a higher PSI. That's okay. The mic working today? We're not unplugged again, are we? Nope. Looks like we're talking with real mouth words. Hey, what's up, everybody? Oh, goddammit, I didn't get the other side of this yet. You did it. I don't see any chat for not missing anything. Oh, not missing anything. Quiet bunch today. Hope you had a great day. I hope you continue to have a great evening. Or whatever it may be, wherever you are. we've been super lucky lately. We've been getting people from countries that we have never had before. Because I had long said that I'd never had anybody from Argentina, and I was like, really surprised. I think last week we had a couple? I think it might even have been a couple from Argentina. But that is awesome. So that's pretty cool. Funny. This music is bothering me, buddy. You know, I don't think I'll just head me into the EDM stuff, but no copyright, I can't complain. I was fixing the camera and stuff. Maybe my... Oh, where's the brush I was in? Did I put my hair out? Okay. I know timing, gray plastic gray is not the most exciting thing. We're not going to be doing this for very long. It's part of our process for today. I didn't catch any good hobby or game news or even maybe movie news or anything like that today. Anybody else has anything? Damn it! God damn it. Is there a whole stack of these that I didn't do the... You know what? I think there was. Like a whole fucking stack of these that didn't do a good job doing mobile removal. Next side's fine. This side is, okay. Alright, let's fix it. A little stressful. I'm full of food and I have a giant container of coffee that I'm gonna drink. If any of you don't know, I rarely drink coffee. So, welcome everybody. I see some new people popped in. My name is Steve with Houndstooth Miniature Painting. I'm going to be working with the airbrush today to do some panel modulation and get some armor colors on all of these, a whole bunch of panels. We're actually working on panels for about, how many nights today? 24? Yeah, 24 Imperial Knights. We're heavy into the armor part of the project now. We had, the first couple weeks we were doing building, then we were working on the inner frames, which are mostly done with the exception of 4. Then, after that, we moved on to more building and model prep, and now we are heavily into the painting armor sections. So give me a minute, I can show you some that were already done. We did the center carapace first color for both houses. I've got those nearby, I can grab some to show you. Alright, do that. So we are now working on making armor plates look like these. Okay, yellow for House Hawkchild. With some panel modulation so that we have sort of darker colors in certain areas to make it look rounded. Same thing with the red. You see how it gets a little darker up in here, a little darker down towards the front corners. That's on purpose. Eventually those will get washes and edge highlights and some detailing, and some additional railings and other stuff. We have to print all the print. Before we can do any of that, I have to, like for instance for this one, some of these are going to get chevrons, so there's going to be a lot of taping. We're going to put a lot of tape on them and spray some other colors. We're going to start that today by taping off some areas and putting in the first color, which is going to be yellow. And then later we're going to tape off the yellow and spray black onto the yellow. But we're not there just yet. We're getting closer to there, but that's not where we are yet. Alright, so those goes aside. And now we're working on getting a massive number of other parts up to that same place. So we're heading to essentially the same spot as those parts with the parts you see in front of you. So by the end of tonight, a lot of these parts you see now should also be yellow or red. Hey, Miss Lucky Becky, how are you? Yeah, this is a really, really big project. It's very hard for me to show people what the end result is going to be at this point. I can show you in a book, and that's about it. Because they're really big and complex, and they don't have enough parts of them done for me to like show you and go, oh, I understand what you're doing. But I've been trying to mix it up. I'm trying not to do all of my streaming showing this project, but this project is a big part of my life right now. Because it's a gigantic project. I'll tell you, like, a lot of people don't even want to do one of these, and we're doing 24, 25. Although half of them are in a smaller class, so it's kind of like doing 18 big ones. Sort of. But not really, because the small ones are still actually a lot of work. So. Ah, good to see you. Now, I know I'm following you on D-Live. I can't remember. What do you stream, Miss Lucky Duck? You know, you are on my list. Because, unfortunately, I'm not following that many people right now on D-Live. I haven't really found too much of a community that I'm really gelling with. I'm a big fan of a band called Rowdy Soul. How I wound up on D-Live in the first place, because they were friends of mine, and they were like, hey, we're going to D-Live, you should come too. I was like, okay. But yeah, I don't know too many people, especially in sort of the art creative communities, and I'm not a huge gaming streamer, or a person who watches a lot of gaming streaming, so it's been hard for me to find my RPGs and survival games. Oh, you've been painting? Cool. How have I been liking D-Live? I like D-Live in terms of like the people on D-Live are really cool. So this is my second time on D-Live. I was on D-Live back in April and May, and it didn't really work out for me. What I was trying to do at that time was I was trying to stream to just D-Live on Wednesdays because I didn't want to alter my Twitch schedule at that point. I have a solid enough following on, well, not today, but most days I have a solid enough following on Twitch that it's not worth giving that up. So I would stream one day a week on D-Live, and my first stream was amazing, and I don't know if it was because I got hosted by D-Live or what, but my very first day I got like 37 followers, and we had like, it was actually more than that. Might have been like, actually it might have been like 100 followers and 37 viewers. Yeah, there's not enough. I mean, the thing that changed for me was, well, D-Live kind of got into my head in terms of Twitch's payouts are not fair. And then I couldn't get rid of that idea even after I kind of gave up on streaming on D-Live. And eventually I decided, after I had started a Patreon, and my Patreon was starting to be somewhat successful, that I was going to get rid of my Twitch affiliate agreement and start multi-streaming. And that's where I'm at now. I multi-stream to Mixer, D-Live, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time. And it's been pretty cool. It initially kind of gave me a little bit of my love for streaming back, because I had kind of been on a little bit of a streaming funk. And then it cooled off a little bit. I think I'm in a place right now where I'm just a little bit, not worried, but just kind of concerned that I thought more people would support like the stream through DLive. I used to have like 100 subs on Twitch, and I only have 27 patrons on Patreon. I thought there would be a little bit more support, but we're gonna do a big push this month, and hopefully we can get to 50 patrons. How are you liking DLive? Is it a good fit for you? Hold on. Alright, so I already did some other pieces earlier. I'll show you. This is one of the big armor plates that I did earlier today. I primed this. This is curing. I'm just going to continue to let that dry. We've got more parts to do. I still have a big box of these parts. This whole box of parts is going to be yellow, like that yellow that I showed you. So all of these parts are going to be yellow. I don't know if you saw the yellow part that I was holding up earlier, but that's why I'm priming all of these gray and then white, because that's going to be a good basis for our yellow. I'm going to take some parts out all at once here, because we're now working on smaller parts. Those I have to double check what color those are going to be. Actually, I'm not 100% sure those are all going to be yellow. These I think are, it doesn't matter either way right now because of the priming. These are definitely all going to be yellow. And take all of these out right now too. And 6. I like the people, and me too. The people are pretty great. Oh, Miss Lucky Ducky, thank you for the ice cream. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, the people are fantastic. There's no doubt about that. Oh, more ice creams. Thank you for all the ice creams. Yeah, I think, says Miss Lucky Ducky, I think with creative things it can be a challenge. The platform is still pretty small. I do think once it grows more, there'll be more people looking for creative stuff. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I get a little bit disheartened when I see that there's 4 creative streamers on for 3 viewers, you know? It's a little sad. You know, I'm kind of curious to see what's gonna happen between Mixer and DLive, because I enjoy them both a lot, but for different reasons. And I'm curious which one is gonna grow more creative stuff first, because Mixer's got a little bit of a head start already. And I'm not sure which way it's gonna go. I mean, I love DLive, and I'm certainly not talking any shit about DLive. What I like about Mixer is, technologically, it's a lot more stable. The delay, the chat delay is much lower if you use FPL. It's like less than a second. It's pretty amazing. I've been tending to have a lot of technical problems on DLive, like as a viewer and as a streamer. So there are those issues, but nothing that can't be dealt with. Alright, we're getting some of these parts out of the box. I think we'll kind of work back into the box from out of the box. If these parts are all small enough, I can bring them out, most of them out with the spray boot. I should have just bumped them out. But this kind of not going to. This is like the least interesting stuff that I could be doing on stream, but unfortunately, because this is also my job, I paint this stuff full time. I have to get it done, so I can't really afford to spend time not doing it right now. I would either have to not stream and do it, or do it as my stream for today. Okay, put those there. Let's do that guy. And yeah, we'll do these 4. Okay. Just for the moment. Alright. Let me get caught up on chat here. Sorry, I was looking in a box. Again, no, I'm not spraying. I can take this off for a second. Sato prefers Mixer too. What's up, Sato? But you're on Twitch today.
Where did my restream chat bot go? There you are. Yeah, Mixer has some cool features. I was in there for about 2 years. I just felt like I didn't have an audience there. Yeah, I'm surprised. You were in there for 2 years? I didn't even know it existed for 2 years. Was it called Beam back then? Because maybe I was doing something wrong, but I went to look for streams, I want to say in like March. This was the first time I ever heard about Mixer, and I was checking, to be honest, I was checking at like 10 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, which meant it was like 7 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast, and I don't think there's a big European community yet, and there were like 40 streams on total. I felt. I actually looked like from top to bottom. Unless I was just doing something wrong, which is also possible, but I was just like, there's like 40 streams on and there's like 500 viewers. This is insane. I don't mean like creative, I mean like the platform. That's gotta, I mean, I don't, that's pretty iffy. But it's obviously not that now. And maybe it wasn't even that then. Maybe I was just looking at it wrong. But yeah, it was totally sketchy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've added some really cool stuff. I think the whole thing with Sparks is kind of fun, and skills and all that. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to remind myself that I'm not streaming for, like, I'm the thing is with, I think, a lot of the platforms is that they try to convince you, like, you need to get big, you need to be a part, you need to do blah blah blah, and I'm just trying to stay away from that right now. Yeah, MSN account, Xbox Live, like any type of Microsoft account. And they have the advantage of being like native to an Xbox. Like, I think you automatically have Mixer if you have an Xbox. It's like on there already, like on the main dash or whatever. All right, here we go. I don't know which parts I want to do first, but I don't think it matters. Now let's see. For these ones, yeah, I'll go ahead and prime the whole thing right anyway. All right. Just check my airbrush.
Yeah, I gotta come check out your stream again, Miss Lucky Duck. I mean, I must have been in there and followed you. I mean, because that's the thing. I very frequently, I'll go on to DLive and just search creative and search art. Mostly art. Sometimes creative. But it seems like most people on DLive don't use creative as a category, to use art. So I just look at art and I want to follow anybody who's doing something that I find vaguely interesting. The other thing is, like, a lot of the digital art streams, especially on DLive, a lot of the digital art streams just don't get me. Dark Lord of the Sith, what's up, Triad? There's just 2 of them still on Mixer though, yeah. I can imagine. What's going on, Triad? How are ya? There should be another big one of these. Where is it? Oh, here it is. These are the Dominus Knight chest armor pieces. Okay, do those 2 first. Whoa! It's hard working with one hand while you're holding the airbrush in the other one. And all the thing with this putty is sometimes you have to tear it to make it sticky on the outside because you get so much primer and stuff built up on it. It stops being sticky, so you have to give it a good stretch and twist and pull. What do we have going on here? We're continuing to work on Knights, Kayak, exclamation point Knights. You can go to command team, Sato. There do seem to be a lot of digital art streams. I personally tend to find them all similar.
You know, the problem with me in digital art streams is, to me, the quality of a digital art stream relies on the quality of the person's art, and the problem is, yeah, I think most of them are pretty similar. There's not too many people that really stand out. There are definitely some. And then the other part, maybe more important, is the personality of the streamer. But for most of the digital art streams that I've been in, they're either hobbyists that aren't just streaming but don't really care about it, or they're professional artists that are just doing it because they can while they're doing their work, and they don't really engage with their audience at all. I think that's the other thing. Is like I also tend not to watch streams where people don't have face cams. I just don't feel like I'm really communicating with that person, and most of those digital art streams, they don't have face cams. It'd be one thing if I went and I could hear the person talking and, like, you know, then I could get, you know, there's a lot of streams that I do watch where they don't have a face cam and they're talking a lot and I feel like I'm communicating with them. But those digital art streams, like, nobody's talking and there's no face cam and I'm just watching a cursor move for like 20 minutes before somebody says something. Yeah, I just can't do it. Yeah, there's nothing to me, there's nothing entertaining to that, like, in that to me, you know? Yeah, I don't know, it's your chat is working on Mixer, but your stream is offline. Fuck. Oh, that's weird. Alright, hold on. Restream is a little bit totally iffy sometimes. Why is it offline? Well, it shouldn't be offline, because the settings are for it to be on. How do I get it to engage? I don't know. Let me check and make sure. Yep, it's still offline. Well, that would explain why nobody's joining on Mixer. I think I have to end the stream and restart it to see if it's gonna pick up the go live. It's the only thing I can think of. Alright, I'm gonna do that real quick. Hang tight, guys. Hey guys, I think it's busted. I don't know. Is Mixer working overall? I am having. It's not working. It's being a little. Mixer's being a little weird. Period. Just going to my dashboard and all that. I don't really know what's happening. Ready to start streaming? Yeah. Like I already am. Seems to think that I have never done this before. I might have to just abandon it. Oh, the Mixer streams are definitely working. I'm trying out Milliput. So far, I'm liking it much. Yeah, green stuff's terrible. People don't know that until they try other stuff. Weird. I can't, you know, I'm not, there's no obvious answer as to why this is this way. It doesn't seem, Restream doesn't want to seem to be able to connect to it at all, because it's not even pulling up my viewer numbers. Alright, I'm gonna end stream again and start. Alright, guys. Is everybody back, other than the Mixer people? Because I just can't seem to get it to... Oh, what the fuck is up with Mixer? I'm not gonna just spend here looking at the screen wondering what the hell's going on. I'm just gonna continue to stream. If Mixer's not working, then Mixer's not working. Why is it doing this? It's making me go over rules again? Something? I don't understand what it's trying to do. It's making me watch a video. I don't know if they, like, updated terms of service. They're making me watch a fucking video before I can get to my broadcast settings. Like, I don't really understand, and they won't let me skip it. I'll just let it run in the background. We're just gonna continue. If that means I can't stream to Mixer, I don't stream to Mixer. I really don't understand what's happening. Alright. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Alright, so we are priming this. Alright, I can smell that. My mask back on.
I know that I don't know if JK can see. Can somebody just type in chat? We know that we're aware Mixer's not working. Can't fix it right now. Hello! I don't know if anybody else can hear me now. But hello, hello. Well, now the video's here. Request stream key? What the fuck? Alright, guys.
Mixer is down. You can only hear Bane. Mixer is down. Apparently they're not letting me have a stream key for 24 hours. I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. How is this possible? Like they reset my account or something? Hey, girl painting! You just went down over. I don't know what TikTok is, but yeah, JK Souls. Something is fucked up with my account. When I go to my broadcast dashboard, it made me watch like an introduction to streaming video, and then it was like, now you can request a stream key. It was like, it may take 24 hours, and I requested it, and now there's literally a countdown. It says 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 54 seconds. So no Mixer for at least 24 hours. I guess, unless I can get in touch with like customer service. Oh, TikTok? Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what it was. So sorry, Mixer's down for the day. Not much to be done.
Yeah, I had no idea. It's still so weird because it's like my account's still there. It's still logged in. It's still got all of its stats. But it's like they revoked my privileges or something. Ooh, what is that? I guess it's normal. It looks a little weird. Girl painting, how are you? Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. We were having some technical issues. Funny thing about this whole setup right now is how much things are in the way, various things, and how I have to only use one arm to do a lot of things while trying to avoid some other object in space, like this mic stand. There we go, much better. We're priming gray objects gray! I know that's gonna be really weird to watch for a minute. We're like, what the hell are you doing? You're like spraying something, but I don't see anything happening. Yep, we're priming gray things gray right now. So there's that. But we're trying to do as many of these things as possible. We're getting primed again. I'm fine. I'm good. Good. I'm glad you're doing well. Awesome. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, but the plastic wasn't metallic. It was just like mustardy. If we're thinking about the same ones, I haven't seen the gold actual plastic. Well, not much weirder. Oh, gotcha. Hey, I got a voice acting role as a Skaven in an audiobook production. Dude, that's cool! Congratulations, Go Painting. Nice! I didn't know voice acting was something you were interested in. Yeah, congratulations. What about you, Greedy Raven? What voice acting roles did you book today? None? I'm disappointed. You can do better, Greedy Raven. Let that dry. 44. That's so weird. I want to just contact Microsoft and find out why they did that to my account. And that kind of stuff is the kind of thing that would make you stop streaming from Mixer. They've shut off my account, other accounts of mine before, for reasons I don't know. Is it for Gloomswites? Don't reply if yes. Took the day off today? Nice. I did my head and foot into it. And so yesterday I took an interview on my channel with a producer of said audiobook. Dashing my dreams. So what things are those? Oh, goddamn. Oh. This is just the first coat. These are all getting white spray too. So it's just gonna be kind of like a directional. It's gonna be gray and then a little bit of white, and then our shadow color for our yellow, and then our main yellow. So each one of these pieces is probably gonna get sprayed a total of about 6 colors. So that's why we're trying to keep it moving. That's what I'm very glad about this airbrush actually. Just gonna speed up the whole thing. Alright, put down the airbrush for a second. Pop out these parts. Load up another 6 parts. So, gotten through a big tray of parts already actually. Let's do these. It's a Zelda colony on the moon, and if you go there with little to no specialized training, it was totally overboard and flying them was akin to a passenger plane. Would you move there? Yeah, why not? I think my main reasoning... Hey, Sarcastic Cynic, how are you? Hey, Unexpected, how are you too? My main reasoning is, I think that the population density on the moon would be lower. Therefore, there'd be less people to piss me off, I think. If there's less people to piss me off, that's where I want to be. So, if the population density is lower and I don't have to deal with as many assholes, I mean, I'm sure I'll still have to deal with assholes, just hopefully not as many, then I would prefer to move to the moon. Yeah. That is my reasoning, but again, it depends. I mean, obviously, if the moon wasn't livable and it was like some crazy ass mission, then I'd be dealing with assholes all the time. I'd just stay on Earth. But if the moon is totally livable and I can just like hang out on the moon, I'm going to the moon. You would have one hell of a view. Would I though? I mean, what can you really see from the moon? The Earth and the Sun. Well, what can you see from the Earth? The moon and the Sun. And the rest of the stars. But all the rest of the stars you can probably also see from the moon. So I'm not really sure that, like... Was the view better because of the atmosphere, because of the lack of atmosphere? There might be that factor. I'm not too aware of that, but it sounds possible. Yeah, we could play Warhammer 40k on the moon. Space, Earth. Doesn't have an atmosphere blocking the view of space. Yeah, I guess that would be probably better then. Yeah, you're right about that.
Alright, so I gotta give you guys an update on something. So, very recently, I'd say the last couple weeks, I had decided that I needed more non-human companionship and that I was gonna get a pet. And that the best pet for me, having experience as a reptile keeper and liking reptiles and not wanting the issues of having a dog, it's just a fuck ton of work, it's a huge commitment. I decided I was gonna get a bearded dragon. So I started doing a little bit of research, and I really mostly learned stuff I already knew. Nothing's really changed too much in bearded dragon husbandry in the last 20 years since I was last like really interested in it. So, I mean, well, that makes sense because their environmental needs haven't changed, and you know they're not much of a mystery species. We know a lot about bearded dragons. Well, here's what happened today. So here's the update. No, I didn't get a cat. So, I would love to have a cat, probably, JK. The problem with the cats is I'm really allergic to cats, and that's that's why I decided not to get a cat. I'm allergic enough that I don't want to try to rely on allergy medication. It's just not worth it. Like, I go visit my friend Dead Zone. He's got 4 cats, and even with allergy meds and stuff, sometimes I have a really hard time. You have a cat and about 20 spiders. The occasional fly. Nice. Yeah, so I'm all about the bearded dragons, but I was looking into enclosures and stuff because I was gonna build my own. I was thinking about just getting the materials and going to my friend's shop and having him help me run the stuff on the table saw and being done with it. But then I realized today I found a website and realized there's really only one way for me to go about building my my vivarium for my bearded dragon, and the problem is it just got a lot more expensive. And now that I've done a little research and stuff into it, I literally had this exact conversation with another person who wants a pet yesterday. Oh, the cat allergy part, yeah. The thing that I've seen that I can't unsee is how to build a proper live vivarium for a bearded dragon. And I found just the right substrate and stuff. I found just all the right stuff that will keep that actually solves a whole bunch of my problems for bearded dragon keeping. Like, it's fantastic. It's perfect in every way. The problem is it's a little bit expensive. So I don't know if I'm gonna do the bearded dragon now, or at least not like right away. Just my upfront costs are gonna be a lot more, but my long-term costs will be the same or lower, and my maintenance is going to be way lower with the vivarium, which is really cool. It's a really cool system that I found too. This guy, he's called the Bio Dude. His branding is a little questionable. He's like, the dude abides. He's, you know, I mean, come on. I mean, I get it. I get the reference, but maybe you shouldn't build that into your vivarium company branding. Anyway, Boulder equals best pet. Boulder? No. You should keep, well, bees are great too. Rocks. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So the way this setup for the vivarium is really neat. He's got a special blend for his soil composition, right? And you have to have it in order to create a desert environment. You need it in at least a 3-inch layer, preferably 3 to 8 inches. And after you put that in, there's a couple other layers that you put in the top. You can add sphagnum moss, you can add certain types of bark, and then you add leaf litter. And then you sprinkle in a starter culture of springtails and isopods. And if you've ever spent time in the woods digging around, springtails and isopods are like the detrivores of the woods. Like, they break down soil and wood products and whatever. And they're what basically keeps the thing working. Also, the isopods and the springtails dig little tunnels in the soil, and that keeps the soil aerated. So you have to get, you know, the mix, and then you have to get your cultures of isopods and springtails. And then they sell, which actually makes a lot of sense. They sell basically a culture of certain types of fungus and archaebacteria. They're a type of bacteria. If you ever study your microorganisms, archaea. A lot of them are sulfur-eating. There's a whole thing. It makes a lot of sense. They're really important for that whole carbon and nitrogen life cycle. And the cool thing about that particular type of substrate is that it, even though it maintains a really nice moisture layer down deep for maintaining plants and stuff, it generally keeps the area above it at like 20% or less humidity, which is perfect because that's really hard to do in New England in particular, but it's really hard to do, and bearded dragons need low humidity. So it's pretty awesome that it basically will give you an environment that you can grow plants in and still keep the ambient humidity down, so that you can grow desert reptiles, raise desert reptiles. So that's pretty cool. And there's a lot more to it, like the whole setup. You can grow plants in there, and he's got a whole different. He's got different suggestions on plants. He showed his own. He has his own bearded dragon, and his bearded, like, there's a bunch of cactus in the aquarium, the vivarium that grow, and the bearded dragon just munches on them. And actually, the other thing about the substrate that's great, not that any of you care, but I'm just gonna ramble anyway. The cool thing about this substrate is also that it holds burrows. So, you know, the reason that I can't unsee any of this is because so much about the way that this setup works, rather than the setups I've been looking at recently, is it really encourages a lot of natural behavior in the bearded dragon, including burrowing, including foraging, including a whole bunch of stuff, both foraging plants and foraging insects. And I just think that's going to make for a much, much happier and healthier reptile. Which is why I can't unsee it, which is why I now feel like I have to do it, but it's also more expensive, so it's gonna delay the Bearded Dragon project. Almost definitely. Maybe until the spring, but who knows? Anything can happen. Beads? 1 million ants! No, thank you. The other thing that the guy did too in his particular vivarium was he also seeded it with superworms and mealworms, so that they would lay eggs in that vivarium and also grow. And you can do the same thing with dubia roaches. You can basically grow yourself a dubia roach colony in the vivarium that your dude will eat. You know, it's pretty great. You just have to provide additional food for your dubia roaches. I think I'm very interested in the whole thing. I'm still gonna have to build my own enclosure. I'm not gonna buy an enclosure. The only thing now I'm trying to figure out was the enclosures I was thinking about building before, because I was gonna use slate, like tile flooring, which is not very natural, but does have some advantages to other types of flooring. It's very cleanable, and it will help to keep their nails sheared down. Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, I was thinking about just building a box that didn't really need to be watertight, and now I'm thinking that the enclosure needs to be more watertight, which is a big difference. And now I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. Because it's not even just a matter of watertight, because I could take a wooden box and make it, you know, mostly watertight. The issue is I also don't want it to be, like, degradable, because the thing with this particular substrate, with this whole system, is he says you might not have to change the substrate at all for 10 years. Like, it's self-cycling. You might have to add some leaf litter to it at some point, but in general, you shouldn't have to add much to it, other than basically you're adding the food of the bearded dragon's food, and then he poops it out. That's what keeps the whole cycle going. That's really the biggest input. Kitsune, how are you? I'm doing well, how are you? Sorry, I just noticed that you said hello amongst all that other text. I'm weirded out by this whole mixer thing. It's so strange.
Chosen for this life, and we are glowing beautiful lights.
I don't know what this symbol means. It's a weird symbol on my account. It's like a shield. I might try to, you know, after I finish streaming, I might try to contact customer support or something and see if there's somebody around that can chat with me or something. Figure out what the hell happened. Well, that's the good thing about being able to stream to multiple platforms, is that if one of them goes down, we've got a few others. Like, hey everybody, go to YouTube! It just goes to show you that DLive is indeed the best streaming service. There you go. This is the first time I've had an issue with Mixer. Mixer's been pretty good to me. I just bought a key for Windows 10 on eBay. I haven't had a chance to make bootable media yet. I'm gonna try a Windows 10 upgrade probably sometime this week. The advantages to that, there's two main advantages to me personally. The first is that, well, there's two things that I want to use that I can only use in Windows 10, I can't use in Windows 7. The first of them is a Stream Deck. Stream Decks are not compatible with Windows 7. The second is the webcam that I want to get, the Logitech Brio. You can't use it in its more advanced modes without USB 3. And USB 3 is not native to Windows 7. Like, you can't really do USB 3.0 as far as I know. And that's what they've told me. It's like, if you want to use the advanced features of this camera, like the higher res and stuff, you can only do it if you're running something that fully supports USB 3.0, which means you can't do it on Windows 7. Yes, you got a job interview for the most unexpected place, a dog daycare place. I guess that would be you, Renvin. Congratulations on the job interview. I'm not 100% sure that I think that this is clean enough. I feel like there's a little bit of jagginess here I wanted to clean up on the blade. There. There. I wish I could show you this giant tray. I can't fit it in the booth right now. I have a giant tray of already primed parts. We're just cruising through stuff today. Hold on, I think this also looks a little jaggy. Sometimes it's hard to tell because sometimes it looks bad, but it's just the marking. It's not really anything. But as soon as you prime over it, it goes away. Other times you prime right over it and it looks way worse. So it's hard to always tell what's what, but I usually have a pretty good eye for it. This one's gonna go away and look fine when I prime it. M-Hat. Yeah, they found me because I did pet sitting before, and honestly, cleaning up dog poop and stuff is nothing compared to retail. Yeah, when I was 19, I cleaned up dog poop and stuff. Actually, I was 20. So yeah, it's like, you know, do it, man. Kinda doing a whole bunch of different parts right now. You know, I might have to just hold these. Use a different system, you know, with these small parts. Some of the shapes are a little bit hard. All right, let's try this one. Oops. There we go. The edges are going to be metallized anyway. A lot more to this. I'm not going to try to not spend the entire stream priming. The goal was to spend most of the stream priming. Well, honestly, the goal was just to get as much done as possible. And this is only half the stuff, because this isn't even the red stuff yet. This is just the yellow stuff. So this could take a few days. We can switch and try our first attempt at successful manipulation of masking tape. Some of the parts from last week that we already primed and color modulated, those are now ready. They've been dried for a few days, and then they got varnish, and the varnish is now dried. So they are now ready for masking tape. Also has another working in the same industry. Nice. Cleaning up dog poo is way better than market retail. Yeah. Someday Infinity Thursdays will return. Radio Santi, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be a little while. I apologize. It's just the way things are right now. It's probably going to be 2 months, honestly, because it's probably going to be 3 more weeks to finish this, and then once this is done, I'm gonna take a week and go away, and then when I come back, I now have a backlog of people that were very patient with me. Well, basically, I say they're very patient with me, but I was honest with them from the beginning. I don't think there's really anybody right now that there's nothing that's like behind schedule. Everything that's waiting in the queue is something after the nights that, with the exception of one thing from J-Crowd, but I think we're cool. Everything's after the nights, and I told them they just had to wait till like October. You know, they just had to wait until I was ready. They just wanted to get in line, so they were willing to get it on the books just so that they knew they would be first up once I was back from vacation. So we have some Samurai that are on that list. We have some Raging Heroes little mascotty resins that are on that list. We're getting a Batman model maybe this week, and there's a guy waiting for me. So Ready It's Happy, I do have a client waiting for me to be ready to do Infinity. He wants to book me to paint some stuff, but I just told him I wasn't ready to take it on yet. So I will get back to doing Thursday Infinities. It's still something I want to do. It's just not something I have the time for at the moment. I apologize for that. So no Mixer J. Sarcastic Cynic, I know you weren't here for this. There's something really messed up with my Mixer account. Oh, so, yeah, okay, so, right. You requested your new stream key. So did this do this to everybody? Wait, oh, you gotta explain this to me. So what the fuck is going on? So that I saw the mandatory video, I didn't actually watch it because I was live on stream when I realized that such a thing existed. And now I asked for a stream key and it says 24 hours. Which Batman model? Some of them are really fragile. It is going to be the Flashpoint Batman. It's the what's his face? Thomas Wayne Batman. They did a reset on everyone, but some people don't have to wait 24 hours for their fucking key. What the hell? How about a little heads up? Or they got reset yesterday and they, hit the, started the reset right away. Back to bed. Have fun, y'all. Take care, Renvin. You could have requested it early. I didn't even know. Yours did it too? I had no idea that was... I don't know. They should have sent me an email or something, like, what the fuck? Oh, really? I haven't seen any messages. I mean, it's probably my bad. I probably just ignored like 30 messages, but quite possible. I'm not gonna say that's not a possibility because it most certainly is. But what the fuck? That's still my answer. But that's why no Mixer stream today. I don't feel as bad now. I thought it was just my account. Zenek, you make me actually feel a lot better. As much as I'm kind of angry. Because I was like, why the hell is my account reset? Because everybody's account is reset? Way to be assholes, Microsoft. There was a banner on the broadcast dashboard. I almost never use my broadcast dashboard because I do everything from Restream. That's probably why. Oh, send important emails about Mixer unchecked. I might also have that unchecked. I gotta check it. I gotta double check and see what my settings are. Nordic Tavern, how you doing? We're chatting while I do something that is visually extremely boring, which is I am priming gray parts gray. But that is, it's only gonna last as long as it lasts, and then we'll do more interesting things. But it is the part of this project where I'm at right now, is the part where gray things need to be made grayer. Do not pass go, do not collect $200 until all your gray parts have gray primer on them. What's up, Nordic Tavern?
I know you feel
once these are all gray, I get the joy of, you know what, maybe I'm not even gonna, yeah, I will. I was like, maybe I'm not gonna prime them white, maybe I'll just go for yellow. But no, fuck it, we're gonna do it the right way. I'm not gonna skip any steps. I mean, I might get away with it. It might be totally fine. It might be totally unnecessary to do the white step, but I don't know that for sure. I did the other parts with the white step, so... So no corners to cut. Started streaming again today. Yeah, I saw you on. I actually stopped in for a second, but I was busy and I wasn't going to be able to hang out, so I didn't say hi. I just lurked. I'm doing okay. I'm venting about whatever weirdness Mixer's doing. They like reset everybody's accounts. I don't know what the mandatory video was because I tried to like kind of circumvent it because I was streaming when I found out that they're doing this nonsense. Ooh, I want coffee. I could taste some coffee. It'll let you broadcast from your Xbox, but not from the native Windows 10 integration. It was Be Nice, Follow the Rules. Yeah, that's what it looked like. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, how did we not already know that? Why did Be Nice, Follow the Rules necessitate a re-stream keying of everybody? You know what I mean? Like, even if you had to, like, force everybody to watch a video that said Be Nice, Follow the Rules, why did everybody need a new stream key? Man, I hope it's because they did some crazy thing in the background. It's probably more likely because it's a data breach or something. Like, everybody's stream keys are compromised. Who wants to place a bet it's because of a data breach? Yeah. Yep. We're on the same page, JK. It does seem like a new onboarding experience, but that's still not a good reason to reset everybody's stream keys. It's gotta be a data breach. So I'm working on a big project of Imperial Knights. If you don't know what I'm doing. You're like, what is happening here? What are all these weird armor plates? Or change the format, that's possible too. Well, after watching the vid, I think it was more to do with how to stream and not be a dick. Do you think there was a high... I mean, I don't watch quite enough gaming streams on Mixer, but do you think there was a lot of dickery above your average streaming dickery? Do you think it was starting to be a crazy toxic culture or totally rampant? Because I would be pretty surprised. Wow, the pile's almost through. We've almost completed this giant pile. I am impressed with myself. It only took 40 minutes. Oh wait, no, more than 40 minutes. 40 minutes since I reset. Probably an hour and a half. And how to deal with harassment. Maybe they're getting a lot of new people because of Ninja. I hope so. 40 minutes since I got here. It's like magic. Yeah. And make sure you are using the correct age rating for your stream. Interesting. I was using teen, I think. Which I think it's appropriate. What do they say about age ratings? I could go 18 plus. I mean, I occasionally drop an F-bomb now and again, but I feel like F-bombs does F-bombs make it mature? I'm not so sure that that's the case. I invited one of my friends to come hang out. I don't know if he's gonna stop in tonight or not. He was like, hey, when are you gonna be on next? One of my real life friends. So I was maybe gonna go see him when I take a week off coming up, but I think our schedules aren't gonna line up. His schedule was just looking a little too squirrely for me to be able to hold and wait for too long. So I was just like, you know, I'm gonna call it off. I don't think we're gonna be able to get together. Because it was one of those things where it's like, if I wait too long with the hopes I'm gonna be able to meet up with these other people and their schedules are gonna align, I'm gonna wind up with nothing. I'm gonna wind up not being able to go to the woods. And my only other option will be to stay home and paint, which I might do anyway for some time, because I want to get some Warcry stuff done. There's some stuff I want to clear up. Taking some me time to paint is part of the plan. I'm gonna take 10 days off, I think. Although the trip I have for going into the woods this time around is shorter. The last time I went on a long hiking / fishing trip, it was a full week. But this time I have a trip that's truncated and involves more fishing and less hiking. I have watched some streams that were rated teen and they really should have been 18 plus. What do you think makes an 18 plus stream? Keep your clothes on. Vaping, smoking, drinking alcohol require 18. Oh, I do drink alcohol on occasion. Yeah, maybe I should just go 18 plus. So do streams of people sleeping. What? What? One question, do you give me advice how to improve metallics on a certain miniature? You mean you want to show me a picture? Is that what you're asking me, Nordic Tavern? Sure. I can try to help you with that. Alcohol and language. I guess I'll go 18 plus then, why not? They don't mention language except in stream descriptions. The occasional F-bomb, not a problem. What's that? Thank you for the lurk. Alright, can I post a link here? No, hold on. If you want to post a link, I have to give you permission. Why am I looking over here anyway? The whole point was I was supposed to be looking at the camera. Permit. There's the restream box. Where did it even go? It's gone. Should I close it? Ugh. There we go, now I can read chat and look in the general direction of the camera. You keep yours on 18 plus too? Cool. Alright, I'm gonna keep it on 18 plus. I mean, I thought I would, for a while I was thinking I'd keep it on teen so I could include more people, you know? Just, I don't know, not scare people away thinking that this was gonna be a stream where I talked about like drugs and stuff all the time. But, I don't know. You know, just trying to be more inclusive to get more people to come in. But at the same time, I do drink alcohol on occasion. Very infrequently, like super infrequently, but not zero. Instagram. On this lad, okay, hold on. Let's take a look at this. I'm not happy with the metallics too much. Like, they look cool, but not like WoW cool. Oh. Oh, you keep your mind on 18 plus too. Yeah, I just filtered all of that out. Okay, let me take a look at Nordic Taverns. Okay. Tell me more, Nordic Tavern. What is there anything in particular that you don't like about it? You just want them to pop more and be more wowing? Yeah, let's see if I can come up on the screen over here. Okay. Let me also see if... Oops, damn it. Let's check out some of these other ones. Okay. Yeah, okay, I've got a bunch of feedback for you. So, both of your types of metallics, both your your warm metallics and your cold metallics, your brassy metallic and your steel metallic, have a very limited value range. Okay, so I actually streamed some Gear Pop. Oh, dude, that's cool. I'm gonna make sure when I can go back to Mixer and not be mad, I'm gonna make sure I'm following you so I can check it out next time. Especially since I haven't seen the game yet. Just wanted to make them pop a bit more. Yeah, Nordic Davin, if you want your medals to pop more, you have to ultimately put more effort into them. So what you need to do is you need to either start with a darker color and work up from that darker color, or you have to make sure that you're shading down. And what I recommend is you take your base metallic color that you're using for your darkest metal and mix it with non-metallic paints. Mix it with a little bit of black, and in the case of like your steel, you can mix it with a little bit of a dark blue. So you can take some sort of dark blue, like say dark sea blue, or Huldra blue, or there's a million different blues, Cantor blue, I don't care, any dark blue, and mix it with a little bit of black, and mix that into your metal, and then use that to shade darker areas of your metals. Okay, that helmet has barely any dark. It really doesn't have any dark area. So if you go over to the helmet, right? Can you see my cursor? No, because I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. Now you should be able to see my cursor. Okay. So you see how it's slightly darker here? It's not really darker there. It's lighter here because there's a highlight from the light where the light's reflecting. But you don't really have any shadow zones. This is just like the base tone, and then you have a little bit of highlight. There's no real darkness. And that is a huge problem, and that's especially on, look at this shoulder thing. So this is a really heavy curvature because it, you can see it on the side. The other, yeah. So this goes all the way around, right? So there should be, on this edge, this top edge of the back panel probably should be dark, and then it might get a little bit lighter towards the bottom. And there should be some area that's a little bit darker in here somewhere. You can do some of that through glazing. Also, you can kind of naturally see just from where your lights are reflecting on the helmet how there's a bright spot here, there's another bright spot here, but there is an area here where it's less reflective. You need to reinforce that with darker tones somewhere. Somewhere in here you've got to put in some darker colors. Now, you also probably want to highlight. I mean, basically it looks like you didn't really highlight or shade it. You might have, and I think that what you did was you probably threw in some edge highlights. Oh my god. Oh! Don Jose Tequilas! Holy shit, you must really love tacos. Oh, you must really love me. Kaleidos is sending me tacos again. Oh, this time, I think I'm actually gonna get tacos. So I tried, one time I had tacos sent from Zaco Taco, and they don't, well, it's not Zaco, is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Yako? I don't know. They don't deliver here anymore for whatever reason. So, oh man, we got another patron too. Sweet. Somebody else signed up for Patreon. Sweet. So we're at 29 and 30 now. We're one away from doing a marathon stream. That's super, super awesome. I'm super excited about that. Okay, we're still going over this real quick. So yeah, I see a little bit of edge highlighting on this down here, but edge highlighting is not enough. With flat plates, you need some sort of gradient. So it should be maybe darker in here and then get lighter and lighter and do an edge highlight. But to me, it looks like you did a flat color on all your metals and then did some edge highlighting, and that's it. And that's, if you really want it to pop, that's not enough. Yeah, it's a totally different place, Cynic, so hopefully we will get him this time. Although, I don't know if these... So it's funny, I put 2 different taco treats on my treat stream. One of them is from this Don Jose Tequila's place, who's over in Atwell's. I don't know if it's going to be any good. They don't really give you options. They're just like, it's going to be 3 tacos. Okay, fine. Just send me the tacos. The other one was is like a more, seemingly more authentic, like, Mexican place, where they have like the typical types, like get a pastor taco, get a carnitas taco, and like you can pick the right, like you can pick all the stuff. And that was 6 tacos. This one's 3. I'm curious to compare them eventually. If you want someone to bring Hans tacos, you just PayPal me the money and I'll go buy him the best tacos in town and bring them to his house. Where are you gonna go to La Lupita? You just have to pay double, so I get some too nice. Yeah, that's basically what it is for this thing too, JK Zeros. Treat stream like basically winds up being close to double as well. Thank you to Kaleidos. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. I gotta keep an eye. If you hear me run away, if I get up and run, it's because they're They're calling and they have my tacos downstairs. I actually gotta put shoes on so I can go get my tacos when they come. But that's gonna be a little while. We'll have to wait 24 hours for a stream key now, yeah. Ravencat, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm doing a million things right now. Alright, I'm gonna take this down. No, where's Nordic Tavern? Yep, I put on some shade. Yeah, shade's not enough. I can barely tell. Your shade isn't helping. Because the thing is, shade is really only good for the recesses, but the problem with metallics, with plates, is that you're not looking to just shade the recesses, you need to create gradients on the flat surfaces and on the rounded surfaces. So you need even gradients, and shades aren't going to do it. Shades just aren't the way to go. But metallics really separate out the noobs from the intermediates, because the noobs are fine with just like, shade and edge highlight. That's fine. But when you get into an intermediate level and you want to make things pop, you absolutely can't rely on that. You have to be able to go further. Yeah, it's a different place. Cynics, I should get them this time. Tacos. Yeah, I know, we're all excited about tacos. You start a Houndstooth exclusive taco delivery service. Doing alright. Worked up another mini yesterday. Had to go with standing metals, freehand, and wet plating. Nice! Excellent, Ravencat. Alright, does that help you at all, Nordic Tavern? You need more highlighting and you need more shading. And what you really need to focus on is volumes. So this helmet, yeah, you can see it. So this helmet is round, right? And you see how there's this really bright spot here at the front of the helmet at the curvature? If that curvature there, basically because the light source is kind of coming in from the front top of the top. So you need to either emphasize that, like exactly where you see that, if that's where you imagine your imaginary light source to be. Go in and paint those highlights right there. But you see how it's darker in here? You actually need to paint that in darker too. If you really want it to pop, you have to reinforce. You need to go to hyper reality and take the things that look a little darker and make them way darker, and take the things that look a little lighter and make them way lighter. You run barefoot, but have to put your shoes on to go downstairs to get tacos. Yeah, dude, I actually do. The stairs here are like super dangerous. They did some work in the front stairway and never cleaned it up, and I haven't really bothered to go clean it up because every time I see the landlord, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna send somebody over to clean up." They never cleaned it up when they put in the they like fixed the ceiling and blah blah blah. Then just left like plaster and nails and shit everywhere. So I wouldn't run barefoot down my front stairs. Because I don't usually go down the front stairs. I usually go down the back stairs to my car. Most, like 90% of the time, I only go down the front stairs to go to the mailbox or to get tacos. Alright, that's it for Nordic Tavern's things. Alright, I am gonna... Oh, I see my shoes. I'm just gonna scoot my body over 5 feet, grab my shoes. Also, I stopped barefoot running 4 years ago, so there's that too. My skin is not as tough as it once was. Yeah, the trick, Nordic Tavern. Here's the real kicker. When you want to really get good at non-metallic metals, true metallic metals, the key is you actually have to get good at non-metallic metals first. It's so weird, but it's true. Because non-metallic metals, right? The only reason it looks metallic, the only reason, is because you're tricking the eye by understanding where to put highlight and shadow. So, in order to make your non-metallic metal work at all and not just look weird, you have to understand where the highlight and shadow goes and do it correctly and get good blends. If you really want to go to the next level beyond even non-metallic level, in non-metallic metals, is you can do the same thing with true metallic metals, but you have to employ the same strategies of where your highlights and shadows go that you learned with non-metallic metals. So, ooh, what is that? Hold on. That didn't work. I don't know if there's just a little separation of the primer, or if the surface needs to be washed or something. No, it's fine. It's not the surface. So for that model, I would just do what I said. Just increase the shadows and the highlights, push that contrast much further. But in sort of as a path in the future, if you want to make your metals look better, start practicing non-metallic metals so that you understand better ways of tricking the eye into understanding volumes for shiny things. And then once you got that down, start doing it with metallics. "31st! Oh, you're the 31st? Well, I think you're 30. Wake up, number 37. Wake up! I don't even get that reference. It sounds funny though. Whatever it actually means is probably funny. No, so the funny thing about this patron goal, guys, I gotta explain. So you're probably number 30, Greedy Raven. The funny thing about the patron goal is it's not actually a live goal. I have to reset the number because Streamlabs does integrate with Patreon, but for some reason it doesn't pick up the patron numbers, and they don't have a patron goal like option. It's supposed to actually give me an alert. Was there an alert? Did I miss it? It's supposed to be an alert when there's a new patron, but I didn't hear the audio because it makes a crazy sound. It's not quite as loud as the sound when the tacos were coming. And I put those social eating tags up, and we're gonna eat some tacos in a little bit. I don't know if these tacos are gonna be at all good. I basically just picked a place that was kind of close that had tacos. So I don't know if I looked at some pictures of Don Jose Tequila, which is nearby in like an area that's got, it's like the Italian restaurant neighborhood of Providence. It's like this strip of places on Atwells Avenue on Federal Hill, and I mean there's a lot of places over there on Federal Hill where I'd probably never really go. I'd probably never go in there. There was one place, I can't remember the name of it right now. There's one place I went with my parents and my sister for Christmas one year, a couple years ago. I think right when I moved in here, so like almost 2 years ago. I can't remember the name of it, but it was really nice. We had a really good meal. It was a good time, but there's a lot of like kind of shady, stupid looking restaurants over there too. It's from the Mothman Prophecies. Oh, I watched that like a year and a half ago for the first time. I love the idea of the Mothman Prophecies. Is it me or no video on Mixer? Yeah, Dead Zone, no video on Mixer. I'll explain. You can't see me. Somebody tell him to come over to Twitch. Can somebody you know what? I just want to take. I think I can take it off the chat. That way people will. I don't know if I can. See if I can take. Mixer chat off of this thing. I'm not sure if I can or can't right now. I don't think I can. Yeah, not too much I can do. Oh, Dead Zone, hey, yeah, there's a problem. There's something going on right now. Mixer decided they need to reset everybody's accounts or something, and I can't get my stream key for 24 hours. So I can't do shit on Mixer right now. And I didn't find out about it until stream was already live, so there's not a whole lot I can do right now to rectify it without being in my own way. Yeah, everybody's, you know, Cynic and JK and everybody else, we're all waiting for reset stream keys. What does that make you think, Dead Zone? I know you work in IT. Everybody get a stream key reset. What do you think happens? I know what I think happens. Yeah, so Cynic knew about it because Cynic was paying attention. No biggie. I toss all three up and check it all out. I just tend to keep Mixer up. Hacks? Yeah, exactly. Hey, look at this, I'm about to prime a corpse. I've been priming all these gray parts gray, with the intention of very soon priming them white, so that I can then spray them all yellow. Hopefully at the end of this stream, we've got a field of yellow, just so much yellow, like You're blinded. Yeah, it has to be a breach, right? There's no way a company like Microsoft / Mixer decides to do something like this without a major reason, especially when they're trying so hard to build Mixer. You know, it's like... I mean, we're kind of in a key phase here with the Ninja transition and all of that. Like, they're really putting a little effort in. So, I can't imagine that they were just like, thought it was a good idea without significant reason to be like, hey, let's just reset everybody's stream key and it's gonna take 24 hours for them to get a new one. Like, you'd only do that in an emergency. Sunflower Fields, exactly. I tell you one thing though, this new airbrush is the fucking shit. This is, if anybody asks me ever again which airbrush they should get for priming and varnishing models, like for an absolute workhorse airbrush, this is the one. This is now my answer for forever and ever. It has all of the same amazing action and feel of my PS270. But for a totally different purpose. And I wondered because the PS270 is supposedly Platinum Series, which I think has more to do with the actual finish of the thing than how like luxe it is. Because this is not Platinum Series, although it costs about the same, and it feels just as luxe in the way it functions, how smooth it operates. Axicab! Hi, I just put together my first Warhammer models. Do you have any painting tips, techniques for beginners? I have so many! So many that I can't give them all to you because it would take hours and hours. I'm gonna try to summarize as many as I can over the rest of this stream while I'm talking to everybody else. How's that sound, Taxicab? I also, not to try to sell you too hard, but I am going to mention that I have a shit ton of posts now on my Patreon that you can get access to for as little as $1. And a lot of them are very great for beginners. I've been kind of starting with those kinds of topics. I try to post almost every day, except not today because yesterday's post was quadruple long and actually really hard to write because I had to actually invent a notation and terminology in order to give that particular talk. So yeah, we can talk about, you know, and all of my friends here that some of them paint minis as well can help you out as well. So, you know, the main things if you're absolutely new are thin your paint and make sure you don't put too much paint on your brush. All right, that's the one thing that people always tell you, thin your paint. No one ever forgets that one, but people forget to tell new people to watch how much paint's on their brush. Don't load the paint more than say halfway up the bristles. Don't let it get towards the metal part of your brush handle. That's called the fair rule. Don't get any paint up in there. Just go really gentle, put the tip in, just a little bit, just the tip, and then wipe most of the paint off on either a paper towel or your palette or your hand or something. Then use the paint, okay? But you should thin it first. I also recommend, if you're looking into using to painting and you're not using contrast paints, use a wet palette. If you don't know what a wet palette is, Google it. They're easy to make. There's a million articles and videos. Everybody's got one. Literally, there should be no difficulty in finding out anything you need to find about a wet palette. Take care, Greedy Raven. Oh, really? Okay. Certificate of Authority. Yeah, but Mixer makes those certificates. They make the stream keys. I think. Maybe not. You don't think there's a breach? No, absolutely it could still be a breach. You don't think that it's a breach and they still wouldn't wait that long? That's only like 2 weeks. Wedding night advice. This was played for release August 26th. I mean, some places don't tell customers that there's a breach until 9 months later. I totally believe it can still be a breach. I totally believe it could have been a breach, and it took them like 4 days just to even get a plan of how to handle it. That's my belief. That they were like, oh shit, and then it took them a few days to figure out how bad it was, and then a few days for them to get like proper authority from whoever's in charge to make this move. Basically shut down Mixer for like a day and a half, or or like half shut down Mixer for like a week while people figure it out. You know what I mean? I absolutely believe it's still gonna be a breach. It might not be. I mean, guys aren't wrong. It could be not a breach, but still think it's a breach. If there wasn't a new onboarding experience, I'd agree. Yeah, good point. I don't know, I almost feel like the onboarding experience is like a sleight of hand. It's a misdirection. Oh yeah, I haven't seen the blog post, so you have a much better sense of that than I do, for sure. Alright, we got a whole box full of gray primed parts. We're gonna hit them all with white in a minute. It's probably gonna take an hour. I'm still keeping an eye on tacos. I think it's still gonna be a little while before the tacos showed up. Hey, Kaleidos! I don't know if you're out there, but thank you again for the tacos. Kaleidos is like a silent benefactor. Kaleidos started sending me food, but I don't know who Kaleidos is, and Kaleidos has only said stuff in chat like 3 times. I think, that I remember. Like, I almost feel like Kaleidos could be my mom, secretly. Although, I don't think if my mom had an account, she wouldn't have picked the name Kaleidos. They delayed the mandatory reset until today. It was really scheduled for yesterday. My Sparks! Yeah, right? Well, you could be watching Ninja earning those Sparks. Oh, there's Kaleidos. Kaleidos, I hope you're not my mom. You're definitely not my mom. My mom would never know how to send me tacos through an online service. She'd call me up to ask me how to do it. But she knows better than that now, because I get so mad. I get so mad when I try to help her with tech stuff, because she doesn't understand. I don't know who she calls now. She used to call me. Yeah, Kaleidos, are you TreatStream? Are you the AI that owns and operates TreatStream? You're from Germany, and I really like your stream and your painting style. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, our friend Girl Painting is also from Germany, as is my friend the Hot Dog. Cool, thanks so much for hanging with us. It's pretty late where you are. I'm secretly your mom. Surprise, motherfucker! Jesus! You know what? That would be the weirdest thing. Has anybody's mother ever called them a motherfucker? That doesn't make any sense. Like, first off, my mom doesn't use the word motherfucker, so that would be really weird. My dad does, but my mom doesn't. But like that I feel like that's like a party foul. Like, your mom should never call you a motherfucker. Inappropriate. Although you could be a motherfucker and not fuck your own mother. Yeah, it's true. Exactly. this reminds me of. I don't want to get too. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make this comment because it's been on my brain for a while. This is a little bit risque, so we're not gonna stay on this topic for long. But in porn, there's a name for a particular sex act, which I find incredibly funny because it's not like anything special. Because this particular act is the reason every human being who was ever made exists, except for like the small number of in vitro fertilization people. But like they have a special name for it, like it's a special thing. Like this isn't a special thing. This is how babies are made. The sticky nipple. I've never heard that one. I hear rumbling, but my phone never chimed. Oh, I also should check my emails. This is what I learned last time. Oh, we got another one! We have so many patrons. We hit 30, guys. I didn't update the thing yet. Oh, you know what? Was there an email about treat stream? Someone sent you a treat. Yeah! Don Jose Tequilas. Alright. And that was at 7:20. It says it might take 1 to 2 hours. It's 7:44, so it's only been 24 minutes. Is that how Canadians are made? Guess it's not the Cleveland Steamer. Guys, I'm not gonna say what it is. It's not that anything that special. Oh wait, this is your Grubhub driver. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go get my food. I'll be right back. Come right now. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so there's something about the GPS that it tells all the drivers when they go into my address that like my address is around the back of the house. So when the drivers have been showing up lately, this hasn't always been the case, this is very recently, they all show up down and all the way around the house. And there were like 3 other cars with like people just in them waiting, hanging out. There's a lot of like drug trafficking going on in my neighborhood. Checking the mail, like Ken Canick. Only 96, I don't get it. The two-handed Zamboni. No. Alright, taco time. We only have 2 more parts to Prime, but we're gonna take a taco break. Let's see what's in here. Oh wow, it's 2 containers? What else did I even put on this order? Alright, let's see what's in this container first. Blinding white light, a white styrofoam container. That would be rice and beans. What's in this other container? Tacos. Oh damn, that is blowing up the camera like crazy. Hold on. Where's my... There we go. Now we can see things. Alright, tacos are in there. Trying to let you know that I got the Infinity Models, but chat keeps scrolling. Oh, sorry, yeah, I ran away to get food and I just came back. You got the miniatures in the mail today, yes. Oh, that was why mail. Alright, now I'm getting caught up here. Funny thing was, I had gone all the way back to Old King Clancy and read down, and for some reason, I didn't read any of the lines that said Dungeons and Daters. I don't know if it was because I saw your name or because of the color. Anybody who's ever been on my chat before knows that sometimes this happens where somehow I selectively stop seeing somebody's name in chat. I think that used to happen to J.K. Searles a lot. It's happened to other people before. Sometimes it is the chat. You know what? I think it's the color, because it used to happen to J.K. Searles when his chat name was red, and yours is like orange-red right now. I just like ignore all the orange text. Oh, one of Eminem's characters. That was the same color as your bot. Oh, right. Yes, I do remember that. You were the same color as my bot. Alright, I've now put the beans and rice over to the right. Let's put some social eating tags up on Twitch. So I don't get in trouble or whatever. Not that I'm expecting to get in trouble, but they actually... They want you to keep your tags, like, current to the minute. So if I'm actually eating, I'm supposed to take, like, the miniatures tags down and put the eating tags up. I'm not gonna do that. But I'm gonna stick a social eating tag up on the stream. Okay. I went from green to red to blue. I was just assumed you started ignoring whatever color it was. That could be true. It's not intentional. If that was even what was happening at all. I think I had a choice of steak or chicken, so I went with steak. These look pretty good. They don't look bad. Happy Taco Thursday, everybody! Cheers! See how much of this I can get in my face. It's not bad, but Father Peter's better. The truth is, it's gotta be cilantro and onions. You know, you can't just do this lettuce and tomatoes. It just doesn't, it's not the same. Where's Jake from? So I live in a house. It's an apartment building. Well, it's a old house, and it's got 3 floors. It's got 3 units, and I'm friends with the guys who live on the 2nd floor. There's a bunch of dudes that live on the 1st floor, and the dudes who live on the 1st floor are gay, and they have a giant like gay pride flag on the front porch. So all you can see when you see my building, my house, is this giant gay pride flag. So here I go running outside in a brown t-shirt that is the color of my skin and a kilt with a weird glove on one hand. Just running out from basically like I emerged from a gay flag parade. A gay pride flag. And I'm wandering around my building looking for which of these cars that has people in it, just hanging around for no reason, is the guy with my food. It's so weird. When I came bursting out the door, the dudes who were in the pickup truck right outside my stairs were like laughing like crazy. I don't know if they were laughing at me, but I assume they were. Bam Bam! See, it used to be that when I streamed, I never had to worry about anybody seeing me from, like, you know, nipples up. That was it. Nothing below. I didn't have to go anywhere anybody could see me. But now, if I have to run down and get tacos, which is an awesome thing, I have to be aware of what I look like. There is a food tag. There's a social eating tag on it now. It should be. Might have to refresh. Guys, unless somebody quit, we hit 30 patrons, which means we have unlocked the second goal, which means I'm going to do an 18-hour marathon stream. We'll have to set a time. We'll have to set a date. And I promised that on that 18-hour marathon, I would paint up a mini for that 18 hours or within that 18 hours and give it away. So we have hit the goal. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. But we're still not actually done with the month goal of 50 patrons. I will set a reward for if we hit 50, and I think I'll probably set an extra parameter for if we hit 50 by the end of this month. Listen, Viper, we are taking a quick taco break because one of my awesome viewers sent me tacos from Germany. I mean, the tacos didn't come from Germany, but the taco sender is in Germany. Isn't that a wonderful thing? That is the power of the internet. Somebody in Germany could be watching somebody in the eastern United States and be like, that man needs a taco. And then that man gets a taco. That literally, like, if you told my 14-year-old self that that was the future, I would have been like, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Wake me up when that is real.
If you get it right the first time, then you know you got it anytime.
Right?
You want it, babe. All you gotta do is
It makes me really happy.
and then you know you got my body locked.
Because the funny thing is, there is something about giving somebody else food at any time, right? It doesn't even matter. If you make food for somebody, you give somebody food, or you go to a potluck, or any of those types of things, or you host a dinner party, anytime you give somebody else food, it's usually a really cool and good thing. And when somebody makes food for you, like somebody invites you over to their house, or somebody buys you a meal, like, hey, we're gonna go out for lunch, I'll pay, or any of those types of situations, that's also an awesome thing. But this is the same thing, it's just internet powered. Nice! You were painting and you were hungry and your girlfriend ordered you a pizza? It absolutely counts. Unless you told her to. Maybe it doesn't count if you were like, hey babe, order me a pizza. No. Yeah, if you just heard the doorbell? No, that counts for sure. It's probably a little different if you asked your girlfriend to do it. You're like, hey babe, can you do this for me? That's a little different, I think. Mmm. They're not calling in drone strikes from Kansas. That's completely implausible. Delaware, maybe. There's somebody in a bunker in Delaware who's going to call in a drone strike. Oh, nice. This is so great. And I made chili today too, so I wasn't even like desperately hungry. But this is really, really, really good. Not the best tacos I've ever had in my life. Best tacos I've ever had in my life actually came from this place. I don't know if any of you have been there or heard of it. It's like a chain. What is it called? Taco bar? Oh, Bar Taco. There's one in like Stamford, Connecticut. They're around like Rye, New York. They're in that zone. Lurking away, Johnny Utah. What's up, buddy? Lurk away, my friend. I'm gonna finish these tacos and then continue priming. Oh, I forgot I have a whole thing of coffee. Should hyped up on coffee too. The stream's gonna go an extra 19 hours. You've had bar taco. Yeah, it's really good. I don't even remember all the ones I had. Like, we tried to sample as many as we could. I know I had the duck. The duck was fantastic. Bar Taco is like the kind of place that doesn't try to make super traditional tacos. They try to make like gourmet tacos, but they adhere to the same principles and things that make like authentic tacos great. You know what I mean? They just change up the proteins a little bit, change up the acid and the salt and all that. You know, but like really, really good. Alright, number 3. I still have some beans in my Off cam beans in my. I just got beans all over me. Viper says there's a chain of like fast food bakeries in the UK called Greggs, and they recently just added the Just Eat, our version of Uber Eats. Oh, okay. And I can get sausage rolls and chicken pies sent to my house for under $5. Oh shit! Oh my god, I can't imagine. You can get anything sent to your house for under $5 here. I'm not sure I want that. Your gym buddy's just like shaking his head. Sausage rolls are dangerous. Alright, one more taco. I'm gonna try to squeeze it in. I'm stuffed, but I'm gonna try to get this last taco in and then we'll get back to work. Oh shit. Alright, Kaleidos. I'm gonna make you a deal. I'm gonna make a deal for anybody. Anybody who sends me food, the third time you send me food, I'll paint you a mini and send it to you. I'll cover everything. I'll get you the mini, I'll paint it up, and I'll ship it to you. In Germany, I don't know how, the shipping's probably going to be a bitch to Germany, but I'll cover it. think the only people that have sent me food 3 times... Actually, I don't know if anybody sent me food 3 times. I think there's 3 people who sent me food 2 times. I think that's Cynic, Kaleidos, and J-Crowd might be in the 3-fer. I think he might be the only 3-fer. I think we had 2 2-fers and a 3-fer. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to... I don't know if I can even check the records on that. If you ever come over, do yourself a favor, do try the local food. But make sure you go to Greg's. It's too good, and it's more of a local food than our actual national foods. Okay, I'll do it. Is there a limit on the size of the mini? Like, there's no chance of me getting ripped out. No, I mean, no. It's my choice. Let's put it that way. It's my choice. I will choose a mini and paint it. And then gift it. I'd be willing to take requests. Look, if I knew that somebody was like a Tau player, maybe I'd find them like a Tau character or something on a small street. Prepare to be food carpet bombed by me, really? There's like a... I'm gonna have to watch that. I think I have a 3-hour timeout. I'm just getting food everywhere. It's hard to eat around this camera, so you can't quite see it. There's a camera right here. And my hand is right here, which is like 6 inches from the camera. And it's hard to get the food to my face up and over the camera without hitting the mic stand, which is right here. Harder than you think. Because I think normally I would raise this elbow and put the food in my face, but I can't raise the elbow because the mic stand's there. It's really a food challenge, but it's an invisible food challenge you're not aware is happening. Everybody wants to get food carpet bombed. I keep trying to add new treats too. I keep like searching the local menus for stuff I want to add. So I put a lot of options up there. I think other than tacos, which are awesome, the best thing we've had thus far, I've had, might be the pad thai. And only not because the pad thai was so good. The pad thai was just pad thai. But pad thai is good for a couple of reasons. One, it just hits all the right points. Like, it kind of tastes fresh, a little savory, but like not too savory. It feels light, but it's super filling. And like, there's no way can't really eat the whole thing at once. It's like 2 filling meals. Because like with most of these other things, like if you stopped halfway, you would still be kind of hungry, and then if you ate the rest of it another time, you'd still be kind of hungry. With pad thai, it's like definitely 2 full meals. So what I really want to do now, though, is the question for everybody, but especially for my patrons, is what do you want to see me paint and give away for the 18-hour marathon stream we're gonna do? What's that gonna be? What do you guys want that to be? Well, especially with an eye towards one of the patrons is gonna win it. So for those of you that are invested, and remember, I gotta make a little bit of a note on the tiers. So the way that I'm typically trying to do it, I think I've got an idea. Alright, the way I've defined it up until now is I've said that at the $5 tier, that's when you you unlock giveaways. But I think what I'm going to clarify is that the level 1 tier, or the $1 up to $5 tier, is digital rewards only. So no physical rewards of any kind, including giveaways. And that $5 and up unlocks physical rewards when they're physical. Paint a bust? That's a good idea. Deadzone, I'd definitely paint a bust of you. Can you get one made? Is there a company where you can like scan your face and they'll 3D print a bust of you? Can you? I would totally do it. I would love to paint a bust of Deadzone. Deadzone's my real friend in real life. All right, I'll let you know when I'm hungry. All right, fair enough. You know, the thing is, I also have to... You'll probably be aware of when I'm hungry before I'm aware of when I'm hungry, because I'll start going, oh, I want to continue streaming, but I'm too hungry. And that's never a call to like, oh, buy me food. That's really just a like, oh my god, my stomach hurts and I'm hungry. And I'm just talking out loud. Because the thing is, like, as a streamer, I'm very prone to verbal diarrhea. So I just say whatever's on my brain, even if I shouldn't say it. Like, I don't think about... Because, like, that's happened a few times where I've been like, oh, I want this thing, but I don't have any money. Which is true. And then people read that as like, oh, he wants me to donate, I'm going to donate money. Like, then I feel really bad. Then people will donate something, and then I'm like, oh, you know, I wasn't trying to, like, you know... Then I feel like an asshole. It was really just like a literal, like, oh, I'd love to buy this thing, but I can't because it's not in my budget. You know, it's like... we gotta find a sculptor who can work from a photo or something and make a Deadzone bust. What? Do you have enough primer in here still? Ow. Let's tap this on here now. We have plenty of primer. Hold on. That extended period of time has led to the lack of heat flow. Because we got some crap there that needs clearing. I need to put a little bit of alcohol on it. I've been using this 50-cent brush that I bought at the hobby shop. They have this whole bin of brushes that are 50 cents. I'm gonna go buy like 10 more. 50-cent brushes are useful for shit like this, where you're just like, I'm just gonna wipe a bunch of alcohol on this to clean up whatever junk is there. Soak a bit of it off with an extra napkin. The other thing about using the 0.5 needle is that the needle is so bulletproof because it's so thick. Like, the chance of bending the tip is so small because it's such a thick... I never wanted to say thick tip on stream, but I did. It's a thick tip. You heard it here, folks. I have a thick tip. 2.5-inch 3D bust, $65. Oh, really? It's a thing? Dude, we're gonna get a Deadzone bust? You know what? It's an option. If that's what everybody else wants. I don't know if anybody wants a bust of you, Deadzone, but if that's what the chat wants, that's what the chat will get. Well, the patrons. We'll open it up to the patrons. We'll let them choose. You're only 3.33% of the vote, Deadzone. 3-inch, 85, 4-inch, 135. Oh, damn. That's pricey. 4-inch bust would probably be pretty nice, though. Can you see what the quality of those is like? Are you getting a sense of how good or bad they are? Oh, it's funny, I finished the tacos, I look up at the viewer count just dropped like significantly. Like, oh, no more food. Wife said it should be a bust of you. No, I'm not gonna paint a bust of myself. I'd rather punch myself in the face for 8 hours. No, that's like having to listen to like recordings of your own voice. I don't want to paint my own face. Even for you guys, I wouldn't do that. Your wife is awesome, but that's a terrible idea. I thought she liked me. Now I see how it really is. Am I the new Dave? Oh, shit. They look okay, but only way to know I try it. Nice, dude. I gotta do a Dead Zone bust. It's gotta happen. All right, we're done with Gray Primer. Here, let's see if I can show you guys. I don't know if I can make this work. This giant tray. This giant tray of parts we just primed up in gray. Well, now we gotta go put through all these parts again and prime them white. I don't have to use primer, I could use ink. I'm going to use primer. If I did miss a spot with the gray, it's probably gonna get hit with the white anyway. Fun Monkey says, so I spent 6 months painting a dragon. I got sick of painting scales, so now I'm painting Seraphon. Yeah, I know, that's fun. Did you finish that dragon? I've seen work in progress pictures of the dragon. I don't know if I ever saw the dragon done. Think of how handsome you could make that bust of you. No. Well, the problem would be if I made it handsome, I wouldn't feel like I was being true to myself. Like I wasn't painting myself. I don't want to feel like I'm making a fiction. You know? Still some primer left here, but not a ton. Maybe just enough to pour on. I'm not sure if we're gonna get to yellow tonight. I really didn't think I was gonna spend all this time priming. It's a lot of parts though, you know, it is what it is. I knew that all of this was gonna take like a week. Priming and painting all these parts, these armor panels. Just armor panels was probably gonna take a week, so it is what it is. That's why I'm kinda still thinking it's gonna be 3 weeks. It's gonna be 1 week. Well, it's gonna probably be 4 weeks afterwards. It's 1 week of all painting armor panels like I'm doing now, but it's actually gonna probably be less than a week. That's why I still think it's gonna take 3 weeks. Then there's decals, but actually decals isn't gonna take a full week either. It might take 4 days, but it's not gonna take 7 days. And there's still weapons. That's actually the big thing. I still have to deal with some weapons, so that's a big project that might take a week. So we're getting closer, but. Totally done. It's hopefully going to Risen Beast. Oh, nice. Oh, is that I didn't realize that was a creature caster dragon. Just to show what I know. It's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful dragons I've seen, period. Ever. Anyway. Well, that's the thing, is like, I only know you from that one piece. Like, Fun Monkey's the guy who painted that dragon. Alright, so actually, here's a good chance for me to explain something. You see this knob back here? Some of you guys might, if you're an experienced airbrusher, you know what this knob is. If you're not, you have no idea what this knob is. This was the first time I've actually used this knob in a useful way. What this knob is it's a limiter, and it limits how far. There's basically a stop here. And by screwing it in, you push the stop forward, and the piece at the end of the needle chuck, I'll show you in here, this piece, hits the internal stop back here. Or actually, is it the needle? No, it should be the needle chuck. So, the needle chuck hits the stop, and what it does is it prevents the trigger from coming all the way back. So you can see there that the trigger's not coming all the way back. But if I start screwing this in, you see how the needle's going, the trigger's going forward? That's as far back as I can push the trigger now. And now I can only, well, hold on. See, yeah, now I can only push it a little ways back. Right, so there it can only go about halfway back. And so you can use this stop in the back to make sure that you don't overspray, so that you're not reliant so much on control. You're just gonna just pull all the way back and create a certain amount of flow. Yeah, yeah, you can post if you want, Flying Monkey. I'm sure I can also find it on Instagram. The thing is, like, I've glanced at your Instagram before and seen a whole bunch of pictures of the dragon, but I guess I never was sure if it was completely done. Ark, TCJ, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, thanks again to Kaleidos for those tacos. I don't know if he's asleep, because I know it's late, but thank you for tacos. See, I also decided recently I was going to give, if you check the Patreon too, people who are in private lessons, get one model painted by me, same parameters, where it's I choose the model, I choose the model, I choose the colors. It's not a commission, I paid a model for you. Painter's choice. Every 4 months. So every 4 months that you get private lessons from me, I owe you one model. I also added a tier 5 to the Patreon where I will paint a model for you every month. Same parameters. It's not a commission, but for $55 a month, I will just buy a model and paint it for you and send it to you every month. It's like and we can talk about that too, where either you can say, hey, I'm building a what's a what army, It's not a commission, so like I reserve the right to make some decisions, but yeah, but if you were like, hey, I'm doing this thing and this thing, I'm interested, or like I'm a D&D player, or whatever, give me some ideas that will help me to decide what to paint for you. It's a Model of the Month club, and if you want to be totally surprised, the thing with that is not so much that I'm trying to get people to pledge that level. I just think it would be fun. I would love to just paint mystery models for somebody once a month. That'd be hilarious. Did you eat the meal? I did. It was tacos. It was tacos from a local place that I'd never been to before. Andre, yeah, it was pretty good. It was really good. So I know you probably don't know the history, but the history is that I love tacos, and I used to have a taco on my TreatStream account, a taco treat. And the last 2 times somebody tried to get me those tacos, there's something wrong. They like won't deliver here anymore. So the first time they did, like, I didn't realize that was what had happened, and they sent me burgers instead. And I was waiting for tacos, but I got burgers, and I was just surprised. The second time they just canceled it altogether. They were like, yeah, we're just refunding the money, and you're not getting tacos. So I added new taco treats to my list, and this was the first time somebody used one. These weren't as good as the other tacos, actually. The other tacos were better. Spray a little bit of alcohol real quick. Finished picks. There we go. Oh, yeah. I have seen this. The funny thing is I have seen this, and then my brain just didn't remember that. It's gorgeous. I really love the sort of, I don't know how best to describe it, almost like liver spots. Those the dark pigmented coloration you have on the wings. Gorgeous. The face is amazing. Let me see, show everybody else. Oops, wrong window. Does it want that window? There we go. Let's go back to this one. This is Flying Monkeys. So this might be a Resin Beast 2020. It's gorgeous. As you know, I love red orange, so it's freaking amazing. Yeah, these are the spots I was talking about. These I really love. These dark spots on the wings. I love the coloration of these armor plates too. It's like chitinous plates. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Really well done. Nicely shaded, nicely highlighted. Cool. Are these like burning embers from when these guys were like lit on fire and burned? It's cool. Dragon Rider, baby. Okay, let's get back to the paints. So now it's time for I give you your choice. We're gonna do two different things. Well, there's two different things that need to happen. I'll let you guys choose which of these two things I need to do right now. So I can prime these robot frames gloss black. You can watch me prime robot frames gloss black, or you can watch me paint the panels that I just painted gray partially white and start color modulation on those. Did the spots with undershading and then glazed over. Nice. Is it all brush, or did you use any airbrush in that? Yeah, residual heat effects. Very cool. Alright, so I'll go with whichever people tell me first, give me a consensus. Are we painting these gloss black, or are we going to work on those armor panels that we started over here earlier? I got 4 of these frames to do. These frames are behind the other frames. These were the only ones that lagged behind. These are the only frames that aren't done before. Let's see, let me get both of those primers. So I've got white primer for the armor plates, and I've got gloss black for the armor dudes. Not streaming on Mixer. Cranky will know there's a technical problem. They reset the stream keys. I didn't get the memo. Apparently it had been out for a while. This was planned, but I just didn't know about it. And it takes 24 hours to get the new stream key, so I'm not on Mixer right now. I did not know that my old stream key was invalidated. Yeah. But tomorrow night tomorrow night I should have the new stream key. Well, I don't know. Hopefully I'll get it working. I don't know if there's going to be any technical glitches tomorrow. There could be. Alright, does anybody have a preference? Are we doing robot frames or armor panels? Robot frames or armor panels? I've got no votes. No input. Robot frames or armor panels? No worries, just turned off notifications on Twitch so I would stop getting twice. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know when I started the stream that was going to be an issue, Cranky Old Nerd. I mean, it caught me unawares. Armor, there we go, okay. We gotta vote. Okay. What were we voting on? What I was gonna work on next? I was either gonna prime these or continue priming the armor panels. And I have had one vote, and the vote is for armor panels, so. Alright, here we go. I need a glove again. Ooh. How are you doing, Cranky Old Nerd? Guys, I wish I could hit up the internet. I just don't have time right now. Patron goal, we hit 30. So we're still short of 50, which I want to hit by the end of the month, but we did hit a marathon stream goal. So we will do the 18-hour marathon, and I need to now know, and I want some input. I got Dead Zone's vote. What you'd like to see me paint for that 18 hours on that marathon. It can be a big model, by the way. For the 18-hour marathon, it can be a pretty big model, as long as I can afford to buy it. Did you have to put the miniatures together? Yes. So yeah, Andre, this is a giant commission. This commission is 25. Okay, it's 13 models this size, which are pretty big, right? I have 13 of these, and I have 12 of the smaller ones that are about this tall. So this is a really huge commission. We're working on putting the models together, and some of the parts, like this panel, oh, there's a bug. You know what? There's been a couple of houseflies around. Today I killed 2 houseflies with the bug assault gun. I see another one. If it gets bad, it's flying around this area. I'm gonna go grab the bug assault gun, and we can shoot it to death with salt. So yeah, this is, you see how big this is. There's gonna be arms on here. There's more panels, and yeah. So this isn't all put together yet, but this is part of this whole thing. So we're gonna work on making this panel here look like. Hold on, one of the ones I already did. Look like this. We're gonna get it to basically a similar yellow. That's what we're working on right now. So first, we're gonna do this by painting areas of this white so that we get kind of the zone of highlight. Because I know it's really hard to tell with the glossiness and with the lighting, but there's really subtle changes in the yellow. The camera's not quite picking it up, but it's a little darker here on this side than it is right here, and it even gets a little bit darker again right here, and then it gets lighter, and same thing here. It's like lightest right up here, and then a little bit lighter right here again, but it's like kind of darker in here. And that's because of all the different airbrushing that I did on it. It might be easier to make out on this one that's red, but you can kind of see how it's darker on the side here. It's a little darker down on this side, darker down on the front corners. And that's what kind of gives it its three-dimensional look. And it'll look better when it's got all of its railings. All these little holes are going to have rails. And there's going to be an emblem there, and this is going to be metallic here, and these are going to be metallic. There's going to be a window. There's going to be a big decal here. There's going to be decals all over the place. There's a lot of extra stuff that's going to happen here. But the first part is to try to get the red really nice. Without a nice looking red armor color, the rest of it almost doesn't matter. Like, if you can't get that looking good, you can throw all the decals on it you want, it's still gonna look like shit. Alright. Unfortunately, I think it's time for a quick bio break, and then we're gonna come back and I'll load up the white primer and we should be good to go. I just want to clean up this needle really quickly before I go. Make sure that the tip is clean, and also to probably lube it a little bit. Hold on, message from my mom. I'm gonna send a reply to my mom, which says, okay. My mom and I and my sister are gonna go out on Saturday. Luke Crabble, thank you for the follow. We're gonna go out on Saturday to a food festival thing in Boston. We went last year. It's an event well, last year was the first year they had it, but now they made it by semi-annual. They do it in the spring and the fall. We didn't go in the spring, we just went in the fall. We're gonna go again this weekend. It's a little food festival they're calling the Boston Night Market. It's based on Asian night markets. Oh shit. I've never done that before. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Alright guys, I just did something really stupid. I was trying to dip, as I've done a million times, I was trying to dip my needle into this alcohol bottle. But I dropped the needle into the alcohol bottle, and now I need to get the needle out. Who the hell is it? Oh, this is gonna be hard as hell. I don't know how to do this. Magnet? Yeah, it should work. Alright, yeah, maybe a magnet. The trick is not so much... Even with the magnet, it's like I have to put the magnet on... Wait, hold on. I have to... The opening is so narrow, that's the problem. Yeah, even with a magnet, it's just going to be hard to get the magnet anywhere near it. Let's see if I can use the magnet to work it up the side here. God, this is a challenge. I've never had this happen before. Alright, let's try this stack of magnets. Yeah, that works. Oh yeah, that actually... it sort of works. I think I have stronger magnets somewhere. Oh wow, this is the craziest thing. I mean, I could obviously dump out all the alcohol and get it, but I don't want to do that either. Problem with the tweezers is I can't get... The tip is down. I have... God, this is hard. Somebody have any better advice on how to... Oh, I got it. Oh, snap! The magnet was helpful, actually, because it kept it stabilized. Oops. Keyboard. Alright. And now I really gotta pee. Okay. Well, it's nice and clean. The tip is not bent. I didn't think it would be. Alright, we're good to go. Oh, discombobulated. Second option, don't do that again. Hey, I've never done it before, I'll never do it again. If that's a mistake you only make once. Magnet on a little thread. God, yeah, you could do that. You could try to claw machine it, but God, that seems hard as hell. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Ciao, stream. So when the stream's over, I'm gonna send a message to the patrons asking them to send me suggestions for what model they want me to paint for the marathon. And once I have enough suggestions, I'll take all of those suggestions that people send me and make a poll. Probably be patrons only. And then that poll will be where we get our answer. Okay, cool. So now, I'm gonna shake up the white primer. Good morning! And Jipu bless you. Hey, what's up, Rob King of Plants? Yeah, we were talking about Jipu the other day. I can't remember who I was talking with about Jipu. Oh, it was, Death Scented. Death Scented and I were joking about Jeepus. Jeepus! Jeepus. The funny thing, I mean, like, obviously after the fact it made sense, but when I saw the word GPUS with no punctuation or capitalization, I just couldn't see GPU, you know? It's just like, graphical processing unit just did not, graphics processing unit did not occur to me. Alright. See, this other bottle I'm about to do the dip method in, I can't drop it because the bottle's too shallow. Where is it? Where's my... Oh, here it is. And this was from Dead Zone. But this is shorter than the needle, so I can't... That same problem can't happen. Maybe. Okay. It's been a while. Alright, we got white primer. Now we're gonna be picking off tip dry like nobody's business because it's white. And that's just the way of white. So I'm gonna take the needle protector off. So I can reach that tip. Take that tip dry off every couple seconds. Alright. But I do want to put the cap on. And I want to test spray. Let's back flush. I'm going to put this on so I can fully back flush a little bit. And make sure... Oops, shit. That brush. It's gonna be super hard to reach. Fuck. Super hard to reach. There's no way for me to bend down and get it without slamming my head directly into this camera. Alright. Unexpected! Gotta get yourself a bottle of glycerin to lube that needle up. Oh yeah, I mean I have needle lube. That's not the problem. I don't want to use glycerin because there's a very specific reason. I don't want to alter drying times because I want to try to because I don't want to run into the problem we had last time. I don't want to do any. Really, if I can avoid it, I don't want to use anything that's going to increase drying times. Actually, on this project, given what I've learned the last time when we were trying to do masking tape. Okay, here we go. That's no good. Like that at all. Hold on. Let me get the mix right here. I might need to drop the pressure a little bit and make sure that we're perfectly clean on this tip. I might actually need to take this. There, that's perfect. No weird overspray. Okay, perfect. Alright, now, it's a little bit hard to figure out how I want to manage the light source on this. This is a weird piece to try to do some panel modulation. I think I want it to get... Alright. Still be a shitty. It was just so perfect for like half a second. Just make sure. The problem with any airbrush project is after a certain amount of time, it's usually like an hour and a half, 2 hours of straight airbrushing, which in this case we didn't interrupt, but like we did a solid 2 hours of airbrushing. Usually there starts to be some buildup somewhere that starts causing problems that you might not easily find. Just want to make sure that the nozzle cap's not the problem. Just gonna quickly hit that with this little dental cleaner. Good. Not our issue. A little buildup on the edges of the nozzle itself. Get that off. It looks like there might be a little buildup inside the nozzle. I can kind of tell by the appearance of the needle relative to the nozzle. Yeah, perfect. See, now I can see how crazy strong that's coming out. That really caused the problem. So what was happening was there was a little bit of blockage that was blocking the airflow, essentially. And that was depriving us of flow. You can see how much stronger that... Oh, you can't see. You can see that was the latest streak, how much stronger it's coming out now. Yeah. Too strong, really, but... Yeah, here we go. This is what we want. We've got actual flow again. Super Daniel! Thank you so much for the raid! Super Daniel, what were you screaming? What was going on? Hey, what's going on? How are you? Thank you so much for the raid, I really appreciate it. Sharper Jim, hey, how are you doing? Floating in right before that raid. We're working on starting getting our light sources in on some armor panels for some Imperial Knights. Sir Confused, how are ya? Wow, somebody took a bite out of that person. I got the last of my jet bike. Oh, nice! Jet bike magnet mounts done, and now I'm working on the first Star Reaver of 5. Dude, awesome! 5 Star Reavers, that's cool. Star Reaver, that's the best transport in the game, or at least it was for a while, right? Is that another raid? Oh, that's weird. Registering twice. I'll take it. Thank you! Thank you for the raid! That's odd that it registered twice. Which is silly. Hey, how are you doing? What were you streaming, and how was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Champagne wishes and caviar dreams and all that nonsense. Does anybody remember that phrase? Who can tell me what TV show that phrase was from? Who's old enough to remember? Champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Just kind of starting to figure out where our light and shadow is going to be. It's going to be very subtle on this yellow, but we're just kind of building a little bit of it in right now. I'm making a guide for myself for when I paint the yellows in, where my darker brown yellows are going to go, and where my bright yellow is going to go. This is just like a little map for me for later. Also, a great good Charlotte song. But hold on, I missed a lot of chapters in a very short period of time. But Wave Surfing's the best in the game? Oh, okay. Wave Serpent's a transport? Streaming animation, oh awesome, that's really cool. I'm gonna make sure, hold on, let me make sure I give you a follow. I don't think I'm following you yet. Click on that, take care of it. Good taste in streams, Danbo. Mini painting, yeah, mini painting's fun. Alright, I am now following Super Dan. Super Daniel. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure that you're following Super Daniel. Get some rad animation. Alright, so this is the one that we just did, right? The white's kind of blowing up though. We're gonna start with gray again. I'll try to turn the exposure down. Yeah, that helps a little bit. So you can see that I'm using the airbrush just to try to start a little bit of a gradient. We're going to wind up with more gradients as I go through adding the yellows. Let me show you guys what we're going to be aiming for here, for those of you that just came in. I'm working on a giant army. It's actually two different armies. It's one order, but it's two different color schemes. And one of the color schemes is going to have all this yellow. So we're working on trying to get some pre-shading in on our yellow armor panels for a whole bunch of giant mech suit robot type things. And these are going to get painted like this. So eventually these are going to match. This is looking really shiny right now because I threw a gloss coat on it to protect it before I do some other steps. And when I do the edge highlights and other stuff, it's going to look a little bit less intense because we'll have a lot more desaturated little highlights everywhere. But this is kind of what we're aiming for, and this is how we're getting there. We start with just a gray primer, then we start pre-shading with the white, and then we work up a whole bunch of yellows and browns. Browns up to bright yellows. Thank you for the follow, Almost Will. Greatly appreciated, friend. I gotta run, but this looks cool. Love seeing some minis get that paint. Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna have to come check you out real soon. Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, yes! Crankield Nerd gets it. Trapper Jim MD gets it. Oh, is it also a Good Charlotte song? I didn't know that. Robin Leach, yes, Flying Monkey Paints is all over it. Lifestyles, yes, Sarcastic. See, all my old friends are here. Other people in their 40s. Yeah, Wave Serpent has a field that blocks 1 damage from each attack. Oh, damn, that's good. Holds 12 models and can get the Spirit Stone effect. Okay, yeah, that sounds sick. Champagne Wishes and Caviar. That was a Good Charlotte song, huh? I don't know how I feel about Good Charlotte. I don't know if I have feelings on Good Charlotte one way or another. God damn it. No, it's going fine. I think I just need to go to the bathroom again. That's what I'm saying. God damn it. So I drank a whole bunch of coffee. And for anybody that doesn't know or hasn't ever seen me before stream, you may or may not know that I'm super sensitive to coffee. But I've been trying to drink coffee more just because it's a fun tool to have in the toolbox when you're like, I need to stay awake and then you get a lot of work done. That's it. Hey, what's going on? I was just mentioning you a minute ago because I was talking about a person that I was talking to about Holy Jeepus. And that was Death Scented and Death Scented stream. Guys, Death Scented is a newish miniature painter on Twitch. Definitely go check out his stream. Say hi, throw him a follow. Click on his name right now, give him a follow. I know he would appreciate that. I've been over there. I can vouch for its entertainment value. A lot more than this shit-ass stream. Alright, so now we've got our white pre-shade kind of worked up on here a little bit. It will be made better with actual yellows. Now let's just go ahead and block that in right there. Alright, cool. So these 2 armor panels are done. So we'll put these in the box. Now, let's work on these. Now, I may have to consult some reference images really quickly. The other thing I need to do is orient these. So the grills go towards the front, the dot goes towards the back. So the grill is facing forward. So we're getting our lefts and our rights. These are our rights. Our lefts. We should have 4 of each. Alright. And let me see, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be whites on the front right and yellows on the front left. Yep. Alright, that's easy enough. And the back segment on both is going to be black. So all we need to do is hit all of this front segment with white. We don't have to worry about the back half. And on this side, same thing, but in this case, we're going to pre-shade this front segment with white. Newish! I'm horrible. Don't follow me. No, that's not true. Don't say that. I'm actually thinking of getting some Infinity models set up so I can stop working on not red models. Did you whisper me that or something? I feel like I knew this information. Where did I got this information already somewhere. I'm gonna take this glove off for a minute. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. Some combination of tacos and coffee making this happen. Alright, sorry. Second bio break. 11sies. I'll be back. Alright, so earlier this afternoon before I started stream, I made chili. And the last couple times I made chili, I've been buying habanero peppers. And the very last time, no, 2 times ago, I put way too many habanero peppers in. It was like dangerous. It like hurt. It hurt. It just straight up hurt. So I backed it back down to 3. I think I've gone up to like 5 habanero peppers. Too many. 3, not so bad. Not so bad. Livable. Coffee and Tacos, good restaurant. Oh, hell yeah. Coffee and Taco sounds like a rough trip to the restroom. Yeah. I think it really is the 3 habanero peppers that needed a rough trip to the restroom. Alright. Enough of that. Alright, so we figured out what we're doing here. These are the lefts, these are the rights, these are going to be white, so I just basically want to, I don't even want to color modulate, I just want this segment to be white. So all I have to do is worry about this front panel, and that's it. Get a glove back on. Cynic, I was just thinking about you, actually. Oh wow, Restream just did something really weird. Shit, why is it doing that again? I want to see the newest messages, not the first messages. 5 is a bit hot. Yeah, it is. I put 3 different kinds of peppers in my chili. I used to do that too, I got really lazy this time. Ghost Serrano and Chipotle, yeah, there was a time that I put in, I think it was 2 habaneros, 2 jalapenos, and some Serrano. Plus chili powder. I know. Sometimes I do it different ways. Sometimes I go really extra hardcore and I like actually, use ancho chilies and like, toast them and grind them up, all that shit. But sometimes I don't. Scouring the YouTubes for people painting the surface of a star. I can't. No, there's definitely look up Galaxy Field. The surface of a star? Oh, that's different, I guess. The surface of a star. Oh yeah, I guess that would be. That would be different. Never mind. Galaxy Field you can find all over the place, but surface of a star is going to be not the same. Alright, so I'm really excited that we hit 30 patrons, especially with the slump we have been in patron growth. The fact that we got was it 3 new ones today? That's pretty impressive, given that's about as many as we had in 3 weeks. So that's pretty great. I'm super excited about that, and I'm really excited that we're going to be able to do this marathon coming up. I don't know when we'll figure out the timing. First, we got to figure out what the model is, because that's going to actually affect everything. Because if people want me to paint a model that's going to take me 3 weeks to get, that's going to affect scheduling. Congratulations to he who has been I don't want to call out lurkers, but to anybody who may have just hit regular status. I'll do a second coat on that in a minute. Just want to get that dry first. Tip. That dry. Now let's work on the front half of these 4, but these are a little bit different. So we're going to do a little bit more actual panel modulation on these ones. These ones are going to be yellow rather than white. So I'm gonna leave a little bit of a darker tone towards the bottom. Gonna blend it out a little bit. Like that. Okay, as opposed to the other one, which is gonna be white. That's fine. Not lurking. Alright, cool, man. You did say 5 is a bit high. You know. Dave's mini art. Have I ever told you that I appreciate you? Yes, I do. A lot of people here I have at some point had that same conversation. I'm pretty sure I've had that conversation. Maybe I haven't, but I'm pretty sure I've had that conversation with Trapper Jim one night at some point. It was like, Trapper Jim, do you know I appreciate you? Because I do. Same thing with Cynic, Sarcastic Cynic. Do you know I appreciate you? But I'm pretty sure I've had that conversation with you. But Dave's mini art, I'm not sure I've ever said that to you. So I'm saying it to you now. Unexpected, same thing. I'm not sure I've ever told you. I'm telling you now. Unexpected, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you, but I especially appreciate the people who have been around for a while and always come hang out and say hello and, you know. Basically the people who make this fun. Those are the people that I really appreciate the most. And anybody who I haven't said, hey, I really appreciate you, doesn't mean I don't appreciate you. It's just maybe I haven't quite come to the same level of recognition yet. It takes a little while. With you know, there's a good amount of people who come in and out and chat. One more. Yep, this one. It's got a weird stain on it. Let's see if we can make that go away. I think we can. Might take 3 coats, but let's see. Let's see what happens when this second coat is dry. This might be final white. If I do any more white on this, it might just be ink. Hey, Goobertown! I appreciate you too, Goobertown. I especially appreciate your rad YouTube videos, actually. I don't see you as much around on Twitch, so I don't have the same. I didn't think. Well, I didn't even know you were here. I appreciate you in a different way. I think the last time I spoke with you was on Pigeon Stream when I caused an echo. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that was hilarious, man. Apparently, do you do that all the time? That was the impression I was getting from Pigeon. He's like, oh, Dave's here. There's an echo. It's like, oh. As if like the sound of an echo was the sound of a Dave being present. There's a little, yeah, I love it. A little gooberiness. No, I don't want to call it gooberiness because it's bad. There's a little bad stuff. Oh shit. I'm making it worse or better. I'm not sure. It's fixable. Alright, I'm gonna fix that later, but I gotta wait for it to dry. Alright, these are good, but I gotta put them someplace super safe, which is not the place where I've been keeping the other ones. I need to move them somewhere else. Actually, or I just need to hide them in the corner over here. That might be a terrible idea. We'll figure that out. That needs a little time to dry. These need a little time to dry in a safe zone, which I'm kind of out of space right now. Here, I can use this. I've been trying to stop the echo, but I think Discord just hates me. So there are audio input settings for sensitivity that can help, maybe, but I don't know if you've already adjusted those on Discord. That's one thing I would look at if you haven't already. You probably already thought of that. If you haven't, check that out, because that helps. It tends to keep a lot of the ambient noise out. Only problem is if you set that really high, it'll also tend to cut you off at the end of sentences. Alright. let's start these panels. But there's a trick. And we're gonna need... I'll show you what the issue is. We're gonna have 4 of those. Yep. The trick is that on this body here, these plates are gonna be at different angles. So we're gonna have 2 plates that are gonna be basically up like that. Yeah. And we're gonna have 2 plates that are bent forward, meaning that a large portion of it's kind of in shadow. Right? Now the thing is, I actually haven't primed these frames yet, so I could actually work right on top of this frame and then just prime when right over it when I prime the frame. So I can actually use these frames as a guide to help me get the right positioning. Let's do that. I was playing with them and Raz was just getting pissed at me. Yeah, I mean that's, you know what, the best way to do that is to do it off stream though. Like do that in a private call with somebody, like anybody. Somebody else that can give you feedback on what's happening. It probably shouldn't be live on somebody's stream. Just do a private Discord call with somebody that you trust. I'll do it for you if I'm not streaming. The other thing is headphones. Are you double talking, or is that you're actually echoing when you queue up chat? Oh. I'm not sure what he's got going on. He's not double talking, it's like an actual like delay. Well, you know what it is, I know what it is. He's not using headphones. And the audio, there's some weird delay happening, and then the audio coming out of his computer is going back into the mic, which is then causing it to come back out of the computer again because the other person's picking it up and it's feeding back. It's basically a loop. Yeah, it's because he's got a mic on and speakers and no headphones. So the mic is picking up the speakers. Yeah. That's what I think is happening. It's a loop. As far as I can tell, I've only experienced it once. That, I think, is that. You see that where the gray is and where the white is? I think that makes me happy. I could go a little further on this side towards this, but I can do that with the yellows, too. And then, see how I kind of have this hard shadow there? I kind of like that. It's kind of as if his body's blocking a lot of the light from reflecting into this zone, so it's a lot darker. I can soften up the edge a little bit. But I like that. And then I'll hit this corner a little bit more right there. Pretty good. Now, the other side is where things get tricky because we want to be a little gentle because it's in a lot more self-shadow because of that lean, and that's what I want to... I want to have a little light at the front where it's maybe reflecting off the ground and coming up and hitting the bottom of this panel here, but I don't want to be too aggressive. I can be a little bit more aggressive on the side because there's not as much self-shadow. A little bit more aggressive at the top corner there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So it's a little brighter on this side, a little duller on the front, and try to hit just a little bit in the top corners of that knee joint. There we go. I'm happy with that. Now we're going to do that again, because we got 2 of these. So at this point, now we actually have these designated as left and right, and what I should do, actually what I'm going to do right now, if I can find what I need, and I think I can, I'm just going to move the camera a second so I can lean forward and grab what I need, which is over here, is stickers. I bought these. They cost me a lot of money actually, but I bought them at a office supply store. I bought them at Staples for this project because I figured there would be times that I needed to label parts. And so what I'm going to do is, I have red and yellow right now designating the two colors. I don't really need it at this point because I can tell that all the ones I'm doing right now are yellow. They're going to be in one box, so I don't need to do yellow on all the armor panels. And red, I'm going to use black primer. So I don't need to yellow and red these, but I do need to left and right them. And so, let's see. I have a pen here. I think I moved it and put it in my Warcry box because I needed it. I don't know if I otherwise have another pen in arm's reach without going to the other desk. But I do have this Sharpie. Let's see if we can use that. Left. Right. And it's going to be the models left. I'm going to put this green left sticker on this one. And this R on this one. Okay. Just in case. I should be, I mean, if I'm smart, I should be able to figure it out later, but why count on me being smart? It's way easier to just look at a sticker with an L or an R on it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think it's generally smart if you never overestimate your own intelligence. Underestimate your own intelligence and you will not be disappointed with your own performance. I don't know if that's good advice, but I think it's sound advice. But I also don't know the difference between sound advice and good advice. What's up with your camera? It keeps pixelating. I don't know. Oh, I know what it is. It's not my camera, it's Restream. So it's not an issue with the camera, it's an issue with the service that is duplicating my video. I can't see it because it's not actually happening on this end because I'm... Video preview. Oh, by the way, I am half lurking. Woke up, could not sleep again. Turned on issue. Hey, rough game plant. Then several Discord calls with an issue. I just have problems on Raz's stream. Yeah, I'm gonna look into changing my bitrate. I've been talking to Sarcastic Cynic, who also uses Restream, and she dropped her bitrate down to 3500 to try to get rid of those issues. She's usually the one that tells me about them because she usually picks up on them first. If you guys see shit like that, you gotta tell me because I don't always know. Because I'm mostly monitoring OBS and not the actual final output. These are the issues. I don't know. There's all these pluses and minuses. I do like, that's a Dunning-Kruger corollary? I don't know what that means. The reference I do not understand. Care to explain? I feel like you've told me this before and I don't remember what Dunning or Kruger is. So far, lowering my bitrate fixed my issues. Yeah, I might have to do the same thing. I think I'm still at 4500. Sarcastic, are you seeing the Technicolor pixelation or whatever? I don't know if you've been paying attention at all, but have you seen that this stream? The Dunning-Kruger effect is when people are so incompetent at something, the incompetence actually hinders their estimation of their... Oh, you've told me this before. I feel like you're insulting me. But I don't feel insulted. Oh, that's interesting too. Yes. Yeah, you see it happening? Okay. You see it occasionally too. Alright, well, I don't think I can change my bitrate while I'm streaming. I think that's not something I'm not able to do. Yeah, I can't. I have to stop the stream to do it. So we're just gonna handle it. Live with it. It's that idea when you don't know something, you're an expert, but the more you learn, you know there's stuff you don't know. Is that really what I was talking about, though? Oh, yeah, that is what I was saying. You are correct. Yeah, see, this is so cool. Just a little bit of white and gray, you already get more. So I've been talking a little bit lately about... Oh, by the way, if you guys have any questions about mini painting, feel free to ask. I know a lot of people hanging out here right now either don't mini paint or are really, really good at mini painting. Like Flying Monkey and Dave's Mini Art. But if you have any questions that you think I might be able to help you with, feel free to ask. We've been talking a bit about rendering, and how rendering is really important because what you're trying to do with your placement of highlights and shades should be to help emphasize the shape. Oh, I see something else. That's okay. Should have done this on the other one. Should have actually a little bit more light on that side because it's actually coming in this way. Alright, those two panels are primed. Usually when I see people painting armor panels for knights, usually I see them not accounting for final position. Usually they just take the panel in their hand and just like put in some highlights. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just one way, but I like to consider what the final position is going to be because it helps it look correct in space when you finally put it together. What did I do over here? Green was left. So I have sheets and sheets of these stickers, but I'll have them for years because I'm not using. It was like 800 stickers in a pack. It cost me like $8, but I'll have them for a long time. Oh, I'm surprisingly caught up on chat. Okay. Next, we did leg panels, we did large panels. Let's do chest panels. So this is the Dominus chest panel. I've got one more of those. I think it's this one. And then I've got 4 of the... Yep, and then I've got 4 of the smaller ones. No, this is one of the small ones. They're slightly different, but only slightly. The size is a little bit different, the shape is a little bit different, and that line, you see that line on the edge is a different shape. So this is one of the Questoris panels, this is one of the Dominus panels. It doesn't really matter. Let's just get them all out and set them into groups. Should be 4 and 2. Should be 4 of these and 2 of these. Where's Waldoing? Alright, here we go. Found the second one of these, and then there's one more. Oh, found it. Hold on to the cop. You know what? When we have a totally different conversation that has nothing to do with any of this, we gotta find a board game that we can play together on stream. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it's something I've really wanted to do this year. We gotta find one. I think the one that we might work the best is honestly if we can play. That's not actually a board game; it's actually a video game. If we can wind up playing Warhammer Underworlds online, It's Shadespire / Nightfall. It's that game that I really enjoy. I think playing it, the online version, it'd be like playing a game, like a video game, but it won't be. It'll be like playing the video game version of a tabletop game. So I feel like that would be something really cool for this stream. I don't remember when that's coming out. I thought it was definitely coming out this year. I wasn't super excited about having to rebuy everything digital format, but what I'd really love to do is play Arkham Horror, the card game. I'm not really sure how to do it. So, I can't really play it online with people without playing Tabletop Simulator, and I'm not sure I'm really into Tabletop Simulator. I've never used it, but it just, I don't know. It's like a weird form of piracy to me too. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm old, but sometimes I'm kind of anti-piracy. Sometimes I feel like people should get paid for the work they do. I know that that's like a very not millennial idea, but I'm mostly anti-piracy. Yeah, me too. I just don't do. Yeah, that's the thing with me too. It's like, it's so easy to do, but I just, I just pay for the shit that I need, and then I just tell myself that I don't need the shit I don't want to pay for. If I don't want to pay for it, I probably don't need it. Like, so I was a kind of a, I wouldn't say an early cord cutter, but I was kind of a cord cutter. I've been a cord cutter for a long time. So, pretty early on was like, cable TV sucks. If I want to watch a cool cable TV show, I'll just pay for the TV show and, like, download it off iTunes or something, right? Like, yeah, I'll have to pay $30 for the season, but I'm not paying for cable. It's still cheaper than paying for cable, and I get to watch my show, and they're making money off of me to support the show. Yes, I could pirate it, but I feel like it was kind of productive. So I used to pay for a couple of shows every year, like just a few. I'd pay for Game of Thrones, the early seasons. I'd pay for The Walking Dead, and I used to buy seasons of Doctor Who. This was like early, like 2009, 10, 11, around then. Like when I was in New York. And I was happy with that. I prefer people continue to want to make things, and if they don't make money, then why would they make more? Right. I haven't had cable since 2007 or so. Yeah, for me it's even a little bit longer than that. No, that's actually right. 2007. I did have cable in 2007. If I watch cable TV now, I just lose it over how much time people spend watching commercials. Yeah! Well, you know what? It's funny, because, like, when I go to my parents' house to visit or whatever, sometimes I get there before they do. They get home. And, because I get home a little bit late, sometimes I leave early to beat some traffic or whatever. So sometimes I'll get there, like, 45 minutes before they even get home. My sister's there or whatever. But I'll sit down and, like, the first thing I do is I just, like, there's two things I do. I walk in the door and I grab a handful of nuts. They always have these big containers of, like, mixed nuts or cashews, and I just can't help it. I just immediately go for the nuts and start stuffing my face with nuts. Then I sit down on the couch and just start surfing cable. Something like addictive and satisfying about it. There's also something incredibly unsatisfying about it, because I can never seem to actually find anything satisfying by surfing on cable. Like you go through a million channels and you never find anything you really want to watch. I wind up watching like episodes of like Axeman. What the hell? I put my money where I think it deserves to go. My current issue is shit like Photoshop. I'm not paying a subscription fee to an ever-bloating piece of software. Yeah, I hear ya. I'd rather pay for CS2 or CS6 full, no subscription, but they're getting near impossible to find now. Yeah, they figured out a model that would work for them that was really going to trap people, and that's what they opted for, you know? I hear ya. I understand. I've never been a Photoshop user. I actually wish I was, because I have no idea how to use Photoshop. Because I've seen some people. I've seen one streamer in particular. I won't say who they are, but I've seen one streamer in particular who like does really cool stuff helping people with Photoshop. Because what he'll do is, he'll bring up somebody's work in progress and like Photoshop over it to show them what they should be doing. And I think that's a great tool. I would do it if I had any Photoshop skills, and I don't. I really don't. And obviously it doesn't take like really advanced Photoshop skills. It's pretty easy to do, but I have really extra remedial / completely no Photoshop ability. So I don't even have the minimal Photoshop ability to accomplish that. Just because, you know, it's funny. I remember in high school, which was like 25 years ago, that friends of mine were already using Photoshop, and like, I knew that they were pretty good at it, proficient, right? But I never was. Never. Even back then, I was like, oh, I don't understand this. X is a service play, yeah. It makes me mad. It's a shift in the industry. It's hard for some of those older folks to agree with. I'm upset with that because I have a full copy of Lightroom, and if I ever get a new camera, I'll be locked out of the new software till I pay the service to update it to read the new camera's RAW file. Oh, really? That sucks. Alright, all of those are done. That's cool. 6 more pieces. This is going a little bit faster because we're just highlighting and we don't have to cover large areas, and we don't have to like get heavy coverage. We just need to accent so that I have something to work off of when I'm adding the yellows. This is really almost just a guide. This step. It's just like a pre-visualization step, so when I do the next step, I like know what I'm doing. Let's get these out. Should be 8 of them. These are... So, my friend Gosh Dongles, who is a Twitch person and streamer, I haven't seen her around in a bit, but she's super cool. She came into my stream a long time ago. I was gonna say like a year and a half ago. I was working on a Mortarion. Working together, we came up with one of the best terms ever, which is, you know, so many of these models have some sort of weird drapey thing kind of covering where their penis would be if they had a penis. I don't know if Mortarion even has one. But we decided that those were called dong cloths. Codpiece? Yeah, sure, you can say codpiece. But we prefer the term dong cloth, and we used to joke around about dong cloths a lot. Why can't I find the rest of these? Where the hell did the rest of them go? There's the small ones. For the armatures. Oh, because there's only 4. I'm looking for 8, and there's 4 because there's 4 yellow ones and 4 red ones. So I actually found them all. So but there should be 6 of these. Even keeping the count straight is a bit of a task sometimes. How are we doing on stream time? What time is it even right now? I can't even tell. 9:30. Still have half an hour left in our normal stream. Before we're into OT. 2 more of these. Should be 1 more. Come on, Waldo. Where are you? Up there. Hiding under the other piece. Alright, there's all of them. 10! Oh, actually there should be... Let's hold on. These fit in the same category. That makes 12. Because we have 12 yellow Hawkshroud Knights and 12 Raven Knights. And right now we're working on just the House Hawkshroud Knights. Let's also figure out the angle of this Dongclaw. This Dawnquah fits on here. Like that. Alright, so it really dips away from the viewer. The front is leaning towards, and then it goes really far away. So we basically want to highlight at the top here and the bottom of this one. So it goes dark, light to dark, dark to light. That's how we're going to do it. And let's see, I do have a Questoris frame nearby. I can use to check this, same thing. That's gonna fit on here like this. And let's see. Forward, back. Oh no. Goes down like that. So this is mostly flat, but it leans forward at the bottom, so it's gonna be the same idea. It's gonna be brighter to about the middle and then lighter at the bottom. Alright. And then the other one's really flat, so we don't have to really do any color modulation on these. These are just going to be flat colored. Paint Shop Pro. Hold on, let me get caught up on the chat here. Lightroom. A few times I messed with GIMP, it either crashed for no reason or couldn't deal with what I was trying to do. Yeah, I've used GIMP because it's free, but like I said, I have no Photoshop skills, so I basically didn't know what I was doing anyway. Ticket is waiting for the FOT bundle to come around. E-Hot? Have a great stream, Houndstooth Minis. I'll catch you later. Ticket, Raven Cat, have a good one. Thanks so much for hanging out. From the great nation of Japan. You know what? I finally figured out, I think, why I thought for the longest time Radio Santi was from Brazil. And I think the reason is because I finally figured out who the other person was that was hanging out in chat that had a vaguely similar sounding name that I think is from Brazil. That's why I was... who also likes Infinity. I think that's why I was so confused for the longest time. Why I insisted that Radio Santi was from Brazil, even though Radio Santi is from New York. Long Island. Photo. Oh, photo. Photo bundle. Ah, I don't know. Jesus. P-Hot. Oh, Dark Lord. I'm an idiot. P-Hot. This is like Jeepus all over again. Were you there for Jeepus, Dark Lord? A couple days ago? It really is the cheapest debacle. There's just some mistakes that are harder to realize are mistakes than others. Some of them you just assume are something that you don't understand what it means, rather than leap to the easiest conclusion of it being a simple typo. I don't remember who typed it out, but somebody put in the letters lowercase, no punctuation, GPUS. And even in the context, I wasn't understanding what the hell was going on. So I read it as Jeepus. And then the person was like, "You mean GPUs?" I mean, if the person had capitalized GPU and then had a lowercase s, I probably would have read it as GPUs. I know what a GPU is, but just same thing with PHOT. I just didn't come. I mean, even though we're talking about Paint Shop and GIMP and Photoshop, I should have figured it out. FOT. I was like FOT, P-Hot. Photo never occurred to me. God damn. Life is funny. So then we were joking about Jeepus being this deity who runs around on a World War II Jeep. I'm kind of picturing... Is it the Jesus from the Kevin Smith movies? I'm trying to. Was it? Is there Jesus in what's that movie with the dude? I love that movie. The Big Lebowski. Dogma. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, that one, right? I think so. The one with his like hand outstretched and the big smile. I don't know. Buddy Jesus. That's it. Yes, Buddy Jesus. Where's Buddy Jesus from? Was that Dogma? I don't remember where Buddy Jesus is from. I'm picturing Buddy Jesus on a World War II Jeep, yes. Alright, that's about the color modulation I want. A little bit darker towards that middle segment and lighter again at the bottom. That just gives me a guide for when I do the yellows. Gotta keep that going. Buddy Christ was from Dogma, okay. I haven't seen... Dogma was like one of the few movies of that era of Kevin Smith movie that I didn't see in the theater. And then I saw it years later, like on cable TV, like out of order, and like... I don't think I've ever sat through the whole movie from beginning to end. And so, I think for that reason, I don't remember it very well. At all. At all. Like, I barely remember anything from that movie. So all references to that movie generally go right over my head. I mean, I even remember Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back better than that one. That movie's kind of shitty. I saw it in the theater. I remember that movie in particular because you ever remember a particular movie? It's probably true for a lot of people that actually have friends. You ever remember a movie because of who you were with? Probably more so if you, like, maybe were on a date or something. There's certain movies I remember because I was on a date. Like, there's one movie I remember that I was on a date, and it was Monsters, Inc. a million years ago. And I remember because I kept falling asleep. There's a reboot of that coming. That's so weird. I don't even know how that's gonna work. Starring those guys or starring other actors as Jay and Silent Bob? You say reboot. I mean, Kevin Smith's like 55 now. Or some shit. Didn't he have a heart attack? He almost died. He had a heart attack on like a plane. Oh, Kevin's daughter? He's 49. Kevin's daughter, yeah, I actually really like the... Have you seen Yoga Hosers? I actually enjoy Yoga Hosers. It's terrible, but it's like, it's a special type of terrible. The Widowmaker, yep. It's a special type of terrible. If you're old enough to have ever seen the movie Rock and Roll High School. Rock and Roll High School, which had PJ Sparks and the Ramones in it. Is a very special type of terrible movie from the early 80s. It's like an exploitation film. It's got like many layers. It's like a teen film. It's got so many layers of weirdness and awesomeness that just like it's hard to understand or replicate. I feel like Yoga Hosers is that way too. Like it's absolutely horrible and it's brilliant. I mean, it's stupid. It never should have been made, but it's also glorious and fun to watch. Him being stoned and relaxed might have saved his ass. Oh, really? Oh, out of primer. Reload. What is it? Was it LAD? Left the interior descending. I don't remember all my coronary vessels anymore. I just watched Tusk and want that part of my life back. I saw Tusk in the theater and I enjoyed it. I think you gotta go into Tusk knowing what the deal with Tusk is, which was, it was a movie that was made on a dare, literally. Literally. I think knowing that, like, you know what you're in for, which is a pretty shitty movie. I mean, the only things that are good about Tusk are the performances of, what's-his-face? I can't think of his name right now. Well, two of them. Johnny Depp, and the other guy, I can't think of his name. The guy who was on Twin Peaks and all the Tarantino movies. Jay directed his first movie recently. Oh, really? You listen to whose podcast? Kevin Smith's podcast? You listen to, was it Smodcast or whatever? Jason Mewes directed his first movie. I remember Jason Mewes had a part in a like a weird, slightly bad, kind of awesome Canadian show that I used to watch called Todd and the Book of Pure Evil. Jason Mewes was in that. He was the janitor. I liked that show. It was only like 2 seasons. Jay and Silent Bob Get Old, that was a podcast? I didn't know that. I gotta get caught up on my one favorite all-time podcast is called... It's a fiction podcast called Welcome to Night Vale. I mean, a lot of you guys know how much I love Lovecraft. Not to say that Welcome to Night Vale is especially Lovecraftian, but it's got a weird gothic spooky vibe, but with a lot more humor and topicalness. And you say Twin Peaks, and all I'm thinking of is the fact that Deadly Premonition is getting a sequel. It was announced for the Switch. I don't know what Deadly Premonition is. Was that a Twin Peaks game? What the hell's Deadly Premonition? His movie is called Madness in the Method. I'm not sure when it comes out. Madness in the Method, you say? Okay. So much priming to do. Alright, so tomorrow I'm going to continue priming and spraying. We did not get to what I thought I was going to get to today, which was the first step of masking tape on the ones that already have a base color. So we're going to probably get to that tomorrow. Or maybe tomorrow night, if we feel like doing something that's not just me spraying blocks of color on big armor panels, probably no one gives a shit about. Maybe tomorrow night I will work on some Blackstone Fortress heroes. I've got the 5 heroes from whatever that Escalation, so I could start working on those. They're not primed, but they're assembled. Bumpy 2018, welcome. Good morning. Notoriously horrible game that was not inspired by Twin Peaks, but it's a clear copy of everything from Twin Peaks. Oh Jesus. What system was that for? How old game are we talking here? Was this like a N64 detective game, or was this like a PS4 game? I can't tell in my imagination what era of shitty game I should be imagining. Are we talking Castlevania 64, or are we talking like PS3? Okay. Yeah, that was probably the most likely answer, right? PS3. You know what's funny? I think once you get to the level of technology of PS3, like where there's enough middleware and funding and all sorts of things, when the industry got to a certain point, it enabled a certain type of really ambitious but really terrible video game. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe that same flavor of really ambitious and terrible video games always been there, but I feel like in the PS3 era there was more than ever. I feel like there's less now. I feel like we've like crested a peak where games are too expensive, so people either make super expensive AAA titles or just like free-to-play games. But I feel like in parts of the PS3 era, you still were getting like really weird, almost AAA titles, but not quite like AA titles. Does anybody know what I'm saying or agree at all? Like, people were still taking those types of risks and generating some real shit. Not that there wasn't shit before. We're still, but like different flavor shit. I'm sorry there's no Mixer today. I'm still mad at Microsoft. But it's probably my fault. I don't think I have my settings so that I would get the notification that they were doing this to me. Alright, we finished all the codpiece, Dawn-Cloth parts, the initial prime. I can put those in my box of primed parts. We've actually gotten through quite a bit, so. Oops. Alright, I think I want to try Questoris. How much time do we have left? What 10 is it? We got 10 more minutes. I gotta work on a post for tomorrow for Patreon. Today I took off because yesterday's post was freaking crazy extra long and took forever to do. Because I had to like develop my own notation system of how I wanted to describe something. It's always a little extra hard when you have to like come up with a classification to describe stuff. The same in research. It's like you're doing a research paper and all you have to do is discuss your like findings and like here are the findings. That's one thing, and it's a totally different thing when you think your data justifies like an actual classification, and then you're gonna try to in your conclusions like kind of suggest a classification based on your results. Holy shit, that takes a lot more time to write and be careful about and edit and get through peer review and all that shit. That's a whole different ball of wax than just being like, we think we had about a 5% complication rate. That's one thing, and then trying to say, oh well, we think that these groups fall into these 4 categories. Although if you can do the latter and develop a classification system, that's the kind of shit that winds up with your name on it forever that gets taught in med schools, and they're like, it's the Vu-Jones classification, and then like every med student ever has to like learn your goddamn name so they can take tests. You know, be able to explain what a class 3 Vu-Jones classification is for whatever. But people love that shit. People love to make up classifications in medicine just for that reason. Luckily, peer review journals generally also try to push back and prevent people from just making up completely unnecessary classifications. If it seems completely obvious that someone's just fishing for a classification so that they can get their name on something, they generally just shoot it the fuck down. I'm looking for one more piece like those pieces. Waldo again. Waldo game is not fun. Waldo game is not fun. Oh, you know what? Never mind, there's 8 of them. Jesus. Camera was in my way, I couldn't see all 8. Alright, not looking for more pieces. Alright, I think we're gonna do these and call it a night. Now, the thing here is the thing goes to the outside, so that's the left, 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 right, 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 right. These are for the Questoris frames. Let's get our Questoris night out. So the key thing here is to understand that this one is going to be pitched forward, where the bottom edge is forward, and this one is going to be down. So we're going to have more light probably at the top and to the outside. This one we might have a little bit more light, say on the, well, all the way around except the edges, so inside, front, that far side. Depends on where we imagine our light source from, but we can kind of wrap the light almost all the way around the edges, because this one's more exposed. This one we want some more self-shadow and probably darker on the inside here, maybe a little bit of light on the other edge. So our rights are going to be right-sided, yeah, I can tell now. So rights are pitched forward, lefts are pitched up. Now before I do this, I want to double check a diagram from the book or whatever to make sure I've got my lefts and rights right, that those hash marks are on the outside of the leg. Do it backwards, I will hate myself. I got it right. So this is pitched backwards. This is going to be like this. Good post though, I'm glad you like it. Hold on, I missed some more chat again. Oh wait, what's going on? This chat window's acting weird. Oh no, it's not, okay. Pretty much, Nintendo is currently funding a lot of those risky moves right now. Are they really? PS4 games ridiculous on price. Yeah, they can be. I don't have a PS4. I've kind of avoided the whole console market this whole round. Rando. Yes, guys. Rando is my bot is telling us a very important thing. Big pledge drive this month. If you know anybody that likes this stream, if you are somebody who likes the stream, if you are a beginner who wants some tips, being part of my Patreon, being a patron of my Patreon, or being a patron of this stream is essentially what it is, helps quite a lot, and I appreciate that, and I'm willing to help you. I love all my viewers, and will help you whether you're able to financially support this stream or not. But I really want to make a go at 50 patrons this month. We're at 30. I know that the goal doesn't... I haven't updated it yet. That goal doesn't auto-update. We got 2 more, so we're at 30, which also means we unlocked a marathon stream. If you are a patron, I'm going to send out a post asking for input. You can feel free to just message me on Patreon. If you have a suggestion of what you would like to see me paint in an 18-hour stream. I think Sato already said a bust. I think that's not a bad idea at all. If you have a particular bust in mind, that's what I want to hear. Yeah, so that's what we want to do for the rights. Just 20 more patrons to go. When are you planning on having the marathon stream? Well, that's going to depend, Death Scented, because I don't know what the model is yet. And until I know what the model is yet, I don't know how long it's going to take me to acquire one. Because if it's a bust that I have to order from, like, Europe, it might take a few weeks. And if it's something I can walk down to my Games Workshop store and buy, it might take me 2 days. So, can't tell until I know what the model is. Bottom line. My thoughts. I can send a few links once I stop being lazy. Well, the vote's really gonna be, are you a patron? I'm really leaving it up to the patrons. I mean, you're willing to say, you can send me suggestions, but the problem is I'm gonna go from suggestions of my patrons. I don't know who signed up today. Maybe you already did. Maybe you are one of the new people. You can send out links. It might cause one of the people who are a patron to suggest it themselves. I mean, so you wouldn't be convincing me. You'd be convincing them to nominate. You know what I mean? I want to do, like, that should be an extra benefit of the people who are financially supporting the stream. That's one of the things that they get for supporting the stream, is both the chance to win the model and the chance to choose the model. So I'm not going to take that away from anybody. I don't know if you are a patron now, though, because we did get 3 new ones today, and I can't remember who's who yet, because I haven't got a chance. The other thing is sometimes it's a little tricky to tell who's who, because usually people's Patreon accounts are by their real name and not their Twitch handle. Usually their Discord handle is the same as their Twitch handle, and so it does show me what their Discord handle is usually most of the time, and so usually I can put two and two together that way. Sometimes I have to send somebody a message. Hey, what's up, Ingress? Yeah, send me the links and I'll take a look at them. If I see something I really love, I will suggest to people it's something I really love. Well, because any painter is going to do a better job on something they really like. So if I really like it, I'm more likely to do a fantastic job on it. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Ingress? We're almost at the very end of the stream. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock, so we're basically done right now. What am I gonna do for the rest of the night tonight? Probably build weapons. This took more time than I thought. Okay. Getting all these armor panels painted is gonna be a process. But we did a lot today. Tomorrow we should be able to hammer through a lot more. Quite a lot of parts ready for yellows tomorrow. I knew this was gonna take a week. It's funny because it's like, I've been telling myself for a while it was gonna take a week. And then, today as you start to make progress, you're like, oh, this is going so great, I'm gonna be done by the end of the day. And of course that's not true. And then by the end of the day, you're like, yeah, this was supposed to take to the end of the day. You're like, no, you knew from the very beginning it was going to take you a week. So now that you're only 20% of the way through, don't be surprised, even though there was a short period of time where it seemed like it was going to go faster than you thought. But truth is, your initial estimate was probably correct, and it was. Hey, Scully's Workshop, how you doing? Alright, we're about to end stream. Guys, if you are a patron, keep an eye out. I'm going to do a post right now about the marathon we just unlocked. We hit 30 patrons today. So we're going to start planning for a marathon. 18-hour marathon. I'm going to paint something up really nice. I'll let you guys decide what you want it to be. I'm going to give it away to one of our patrons. Hopefully at the end of that stream. I mean, I kind of want it to be a one and done. For 18 hours, I should be able to paint the whole thing, get it done, and then we can just do a drawing and somebody just gets it right then. And then I strip it out. It's just going to be a matter of what we choose and how long it takes to get. And my schedule of when I can do an 18-hour marathon. I should be able to fit it in on a weekend pretty soon. I do have a couple things coming up. Like this Saturday, I've got to do something with my mom and my sister. I think the 14th I'm free. Hounds Overdose. Who's on the Hounds Overdose? You're on a Hounds Overdose? Oh, you're talking about marathons and the Hounds Overdose. Hell yeah. Nobody wants to watch me for 18 hours. I don't know why anybody wants to watch me for more than 20 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna clean this airbrush out. Who should we raid? Anybody have any suggestions? I do have some new rules about who I will and will not raid. Sometimes I can't take your suggestions. Ooh, Red Katana's on, and Nix2709, both. Ooh, Holly Monster. Big Pop on minis, but he's playing video games. Absinthe. Laylee. All reasonable choices. Coyote BD. Coyote BD's on. I can't tell if he just started or is ending. It's because 0 viewers. That usually means he's either just starting or just raided somebody. Can't tell. Can't tell because it's a giant ad. It's gonna take 4 minutes. Alright. I just raided him recently. Let's try somebody else. I think I just did Red Katana recently too, so I think we'll go with Nyx. Plus, I know his schedule, so I know he's going to be on for a while. I'm going to raid Nyx. Alright. Alright guys, thank you so much. I will be on again tomorrow at 8 PM Eastern Daylight Time. Doing something different. I'm not gonna keep doing these night tasks on stream. I'll try to do this for like 8 hours before stream, and then when stream starts, I'll do something different to break it up. We'll either continue the Mangler Squigs. We might be able to finish the Mangler Squigs tomorrow night. I kind of would like to do that. I gotta go. Sorry. Thanks, Sarcastic Cynic. I'm new. It just came in. I'm sorry. You're late. Your pants. Alright, well, come back tomorrow. Jafar odor stop? Your pants? I don't get it. You're not. Pants? Pants. Bat cake? Not bat cake. Okay. Do I know you? I had a friend that was maybe gonna stop by tonight, but to my knowledge, he didn't. Unless you're him. But you would be able to verify credentials via best friend code words if you were somebody I've known for 30 years. Alright, we're raiding.